Great academies of the rabbis were established and thousands of new laws formulated. There, those same Pharisees who killed Jesus Christ remained the undisputed rulers of Judaism.
In Babylon, the Pharisees codified their oral traditions into the Babylonian Talmud, the written form of that oral tradition which Jesus so bitterly rebuked. The Talmud reveals how deep was Israel's apostasy. The Talmud also helps us understand the basis for Christ's unflattering descriptions of the Pharisees.
Jesus described the Pharisees as hypocrites, children of hell, blind guides, whited sepulchres, full of dead men's bones. He even described the Pharisees as children of their father the devil, a murderer from the beginning. The Talmud confirms Christ's words. In the Talmud, in Treatise Sanhedrin, an extensive passage describes the right of the Pharisee to kill anyone, just as long as he did so indirectly. As one of dozens of examples, the Talmud...
When you kill somebody indirectly, that means make sure your hands are clean. The Talmud allows for the assassinations of messiahs, the assassination of good black people, the assassination of our people. This is what the Talmud represents. It is the language of Satan. Hit the like button and subscribe. It is the language of the devil, like I've been telling you. So I'm going to replay this first little minute back so all 40, 45 of y'all people can hear it over. But it's important. You come to KevRow University, you pay attention to these words. Study of words and how to use these words. You either cursing somebody or you bringing life into people. Press 1. So I'm going to replay it, but get used to this because KevRow University is about the info. Y'all see Brother Polite plead guilty? Okay, we're going to talk about that first thing in the morning. Support the program. We're going to talk about these things, KevRow University. Yeah, Coffee and Kush TV morning show, they're going to talk about that first thing in the morning. We see that. We knew that was coming. But what's important is this. I told you I was coming back. I told for the students, for my students, I'm coming back. So listen.
Of the rabbis, great academies of the rabbis were established and thousands of new laws formulated. There, those same Pharisees who killed Jesus Christ remained the undisputed rulers of Judaism.
In Babylon, the Pharisees codified their oral traditions into the Babylonian Talmud, the written form of that oral tradition.
Didn't I tell y'all the Pharisees are today's, who you call Jews, these dudes, these Orthodox and these high priests and things like that, who study this stuff? Jesus, well, let's say the Christ found out what they was doing. I told you, take it out of time immemorial and put it in your timeline. I'm Gillespie. Come on now. Put it in your timeline. You're going to see the picture as they speak. They're not speaking. Is that your Christ was killed here in the Americas, what they call the Americas, and it's been them ever since. Turn your thinking caps on. That's what I do this for. Turn your motherfucking thinking caps on. When they bring up, that's why they said they took over and started new laws. Immediately, they started amending God's laws, like I told you. All the amendments is the changing of God's laws. You thought you were free. Hey, Jay, ain't no other brother on the internet gonna tell you nothing like this. I'm trying to tell you, champion, you keep this in your heart and study, champ. Watch this.
Academies of the rabbis were established and thousands of new laws formulated.
That's like, that academy is like Godigum, what Taj was talking about. You feel me? Remember he told you they all met up and then everything started changing? That shit right there. That shit right there. I told you it's not a prophecy. They're not running to, it ain't a replay of the same and the same and the same. The scripture is a prophecy book. You just out of time. You just missed it. Because their God conquered Father Time in their minds. But we're going to get to that when you're ready.
There, those same Pharisees who killed Jesus Christ remain the undisputed rulers of Judaism.
Told you.
In Babylon, the
Now, all right, let me know if we...
Great academies of the rabbis were established in...
Let me know if we back on. We back on? Cool. We back on? Hit the like button. Press 1 if I'm back on. All right. It get a little hot over here. It get a little hot over here. Let me see. It get a little hot over here when the brother start touching on this stuff. I'm trying to let you know. All right, look. Look, what the Jews' Talmud say about babies, blacks, Jesus, and Christians, and so on. This is just a drive-by for a conversation starter. We back on now. Listen to every bar.
Great academies of the rabbis were established and thousands of new laws formulated. There, those same Pharisees who killed Jesus Christ remain the undisputed rulers of Judaism.
In Babylon, the Pharisees codified their oral traditions into the Babylonian Talmud, the written form of that oral tradition which Jesus so bitterly rebuked. The Talmud reveals how deep was Israel's apostasy. The Talmud also helps us understand the basis for Christ's unflattering descriptions of the Pharisees.
Now he's describing the same people. The same people. I told you the people who he broke bread with are the same ones. Yep. The people he broke bread with are the same ones who what? Yes.
Jesus described the Pharisees.
So why do they always take me to these? You want to know why they always take me to Peter and what Paul said, and never what Jesus said? Everything Jesus said was an allegory. This what got your mind going allegories and make it sound like a parable. But if you would know, those are the Babylonian Pharisees right there. He talking to in the Roman power. Again. Only Jesus and George Washington would do that. But we continue on.
Pharisees as hypocrites, children of hell, blind guides, whited sepulchres, full of dead men's bones. He even described the Pharisees as children of their father, the devil, a murderer from the beginning.
A murderer from the beginning. Who's a murderer from the beginning? Cain. Press 1, like WWE. Cain is in the building. Press 1. He's furious with the Undertaker, Odin, the sickle god of time. There it is. And Cain defeats Undertaker. Oh my God. That type of shit, bro. That's all the entertainment side of it. But Cain is the murderer from the beginning. He murdered his brother. You know, like gangbangers.
The Talmud confirms Christ's words. In the Talmud, in Treatise Sanhedrin, an extensive passage describes the right of the Pharisee to kill anyone, just as long as he did so indirectly. As one of dozens of examples, the Talmud tells us that if one bound his neighbor and he died of starvation, he is not liable to execution. In such an indirect manner, the Pharisees also killed Christ.
Told you, indirectly. They made the killing of the king. This is Rome. Rome knows this is wrong. Americans, they know it's wrong. You don't know. It's not time immemorial Rome. Oh, no.
Manipulating the Romans to actually wield the spear and sword, the Pharisees claimed, as their descendants do today, that since the Romans were the direct cause of the death of Christ, it is the Romans, not the Jews, who are guilty. Christ also called the Pharisees adulterers, an adulterous generation. The Talmud provides...
They washed by the... They sin is washed, remember? They got all of these different sayings. Oh, we didn't do that. No. Caesar. What if you knew Caesar was the Pharisees in his clerical form? Remember, this is church and state. You know him as he's with them. It was a setup from the go.
It's generous loopholes for adultery. It says the penalty for adultery does not include sex with a minor, the wife of a minor,
Look.
or the wife of a heathen.
Now you see why they all think like this and push for these laws? Listen to me. You see why they naturally push for these laws? Not because people and every individual and oh my God, let's like get together and like no, bro. That's trickery. That's childlike. The things you're going through today is because your nation was subverted with amending soulless beast law.
The wife of a minor, or the wife of a heathen. The Talmud also encourages seduction of unwed adolescent girls called designated bondmaids. But it's important how such rapes are performed. With the designated bondmaid, one is guilty only in the case of natural connection.
Look.
But not in the case of perverse connection.
Told you. So they're not guilty because in natural law, you guilty. In scripture, you guilty. You're guilty. But amending perverse law, you're within bounds. See how that works? See why they start changing? To fit their climate change. You see? To fit their... They're just fitting themselves inside. This is almost demonic. No, excuse me. It is demonic. You would see it in art form as demonic bat-winged creatures controlling a specific man to do and orchestrate this upon humanity. You know.
The Pharisees reasoned that rape in a perverted manner is outside the jurisdiction of the law.
Now, tell me that why you think Epstein and Weinstein has shit been going on for this whole time? What? This ain't no damn conspiracy and all of this. This is a way of life.
Normal rape, however, was punishable. In Babylon, sexual perversion of every kind had been a way of life for millenniums.
Look,
the Pharisees were deep.
So what is the Tower of Babel? It is the most disrespectful, blasphemous attempt to defy God's law and to send a big fuck you to the Heavenly Father. Oh, yes. In slow motion, bullet time. Fuck you. We want filth. Go ahead.
Deeply influenced by such practices.
In 3 of the major treatises of the Talmud are found extensive passages which give legal endorsement to seduce and marry 3-year-old baby girls.
And that's why your sin has reached to heaven until the cuppeth runneth over, until your sin has reached the heavens. That's what you want? You sure that's what you want? You understand what I'm saying, normal people? Is that what they want? Yes. They want to test the Lord to anger. That's what they want.
Girls. In fact, many of the greatest rabbis of the Talmud, including Simeon ben Yochai, upheld this privilege. Today in Israel, thousands of Jews go to Meron every year.
So don't tell me about the Dalai Lama, what he was doing. They just mad because it was caught on tape.
Here to venerate the memory of Simeon ben Yochai, one of the most respected rabbis in the history of Judaism.
In one of dozens of endorsements of child sex, Simeon ben Yochai said, "A proselyte under the age of 3 years and a day is permitted to marry a priest." Agreeing with ben Yochai, the great Rabbah said, "When a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl, it is nothing, for when the girl is less than this, 3 years and a day, it is as if one put the finger into the eye." The footnote to this passage says, "As tears come to the eye again and again, so does virginity come back to the little girl under 3 years." The same section confirms that sexual activity with small boys is in the same category. The intercourse of a small boy is not regarded as a sexual act. In addition to adulterers, Christ, in the story of the Good Samaritan, portrayed the Pharisees as racial bigots, too self-righteous to respond to the suffering of one who was not a Jew.
Okay, so here go two discrete descriptions of this one. Not only is it a monster against children and humanity itself, Oh, it's he's describing who they are, their the fruit that they bear, the actions that they take. What do they keep getting caught in? We gangbangers, right? We thugs and we criminals, right? Until we get to zero. And what is this? To the same extent, this is a way of life. Like gangbangers wake up and niggas wake up and throw fingers up, yeah, and still go to church on Sunday. And y'all be like, oh, how nigga find y'all? Well, hold that, keep that same energy.
Righteous to respond to the suffering of one who was not a Jew. It is true because of the wickedness of the Canaanites, which
of the who? Canaanites. There's the bull. There's the bull. There's the bull, the Michael Jordan. Go ahead.
Included sodomy and infant sacrifice.
They go that watch. Make sure you keep hold of that watch. This is all Nimrodish. But even worse than that, this is all Prometheus. Trust me. That's why they keep wearing masks so you wouldn't know who he is. Like a KKK Klansman, they wear different. You wouldn't know who he is, bro.
Israel had been commanded by God to be harsh in her treatment of the inhabitants of the land.
That means, damn.
God made it clear that the Canaanites were not simply to be avoided, but destroyed.
Boom.
By the time of the New Testament, this method of preserving God's kingdom by separation and the sword had become obsolete. God no longer made a racial difference between men.
But the Pharisees were unfazed by God's new agenda. The Talmud was finally written down nearly 5 centuries after Christ, yet its critical, even homicidal attitudes toward Gentiles might have been lifted out of the book of Joshua. However, the quickest way to grasp the Talmudic view of Gentiles is not directly from the Talmud, but from the Jewish encyclopedias. If we quote an isolated opinion from the Talmud, a rabbi may quickly object, saying, but that is not the overall opinion of the Talmud. That is not the definitive view. What the Jewish encyclopedia provides us is a definitive overview of perhaps hundreds of rabbinic statements on any subject.
All right now. And what do Mr. Gillespie, Professor Gill, say in class? You have to get to the definitive. Hit the like button and subscribe. There has to be a definitive. You have to be able to find it. Well, he find it right in their own statement,
giving us accurate summaries of what the Talmud generally teaches.
In its article on Gentiles, the Jewish Encyclopedia begins to define what makes a Jew so different from a Gentile. According to the rabbis, only Israelites are men. Gentiles they class not as men, but as barbarians.
See why the fight is, I am a man. Hold up. You see why you've been fighting for that? Because in real life, this is numbers. Israelites are men. That's one small step for man. That's another giant step for mankind, or barbarians, or Conan.
Since Gentiles are not men in the fullest sense, so the Gentile is not a neighbor of a Jew.
Now, tell me this. Didn't I tell y'all you had to be emancipated to be a man? Don't let these words scare you. You had to be emancipated to be a man, to be a neighbor. Love thy neighbor like you love yourself. But in order to be a neighbor, must pay that fee. You're not even from here. But again.
Further, since Gentile laws were too crude to admit of reciprocity, meaning too crude to be taken seriously, the Gentile was forever beneath the Jew. Gentiles were outlawed by God from the beginning, and thus had no property rights.
Told you. Now, what did that sound like? For His glory, Brittany, Amanda, remember they're going back to trust law. In God we trust. Press 1. We're going back to trust law. We're going back to Aaron's rod. We're going back to the start. Too many nouns, too many adjectives, not enough nouns. I told you, I was showing y'all them books for a reason. I didn't even know a lot of it, why I was showing y'all, but I understand now. It's a must that you understand and transfer their property rights to Israel who observe the law. Listen to me, it's right there. That's the Jubilee. They don't observe the law. Remember, old boy said that's another thing. We found it. It was right here. Look, in the video. It's transferred to the property rights to Israel who observe the law. They changed their name to Israel and didn't observe the law. You see what I'm saying? See the switch there? You see the why? You see that why in that? Why would they do that? Well, they transferred their property rights to Israel who observed his law. Think of it like that. I told you this is God's country. This is God's land. You have a natural king. You're not a Democrat. You are of the republic. You are good, upstanding, God-fearing, holy people who have been raised alchemically by fucking scientists, bro. And it's right here, 5 minutes and 59 seconds in. Look at that.
The Almighty offered the Torah to the Gentile nations also, but since they refused to accept it, he withdrew his shining legal protection from
So, you know, the Torah is the Old Testament. It's offered to the Gentile. All this is offered. If you boom, boom, boom. So you got to do a lot of faking to subvert that. You got to do a lot. You have to be a senile individual to not live a life of surface, to overpower good with evil. It is written, though.
Them and transferred their property rights to Israel, who observed his law. Since the Talmud outlawed the child, or issue of a Gentile, as that of a beast, a Gentile had as little legal rights in a Jewish court as did an animal.
So in the role reversal, what would it be? Now you ain't got no rights. When Hurricane Katrina happened, what did they do? They put all them dogs and cats on an airplane and left them people out. That type of shit, bro. Don't get the Torah and the Talmud confused. The Torah is the Old Testament. The Talmud is what they got caught. Well, what they're getting caught. They got caught summoning up in demonology and all of these things and blended it in with scripture by way of amending law.
The Talmud states that if a Gentile sue an Israelite, the verdict is for the defendant, the Israelite. Conversely, if the Israelite is the plaintiff, he obtains full damages.
That's why you lose.
Because the Talmud conspires against Gentiles, if a Jew was ever caught telling a Gentile what the Talmud really says, such a person deserves death. So vile was the nature of a Gentile that the great Simeon ben Yohai said, "The best among the Gentiles deserves to be killed. The best of snakes ought to have its head crushed."
Told you. See? Now, when they say that, think back of all your greats who's passed on since they've been in power. Picture a place where they exist together. There got to be a place better than this in heaven. You understand what I'm saying? Who said that? Tupac Shakur. So right before I go, please God, what I'm asking, remember this face, save me a place in Thug's Mansion. Damn, bro. Damn, that's deep. That's deep, G.
Jews, however, are exalted beings in the Talmud, worthy of praise. Christ described the Pharisee who blessed himself, saying, "I thank thee, Lord, that I am not as other men." An eminent Talmudic rabbi says the same. "Blessed be thou, who hast not made me a goy, or Gentile."
Look, it's the upside down reverse. They took the word of God, bless thee, and changed the language a little bit so you wouldn't be able to hear it. There's your simultaneous timeline of events, your alternate world. If God said this, theirs is quite the opposite, but sounds the same. against you. Against you. Against the sovereigns. Against the freemen. Against the colony. Against the brown ants. Against the redwood trees. Press 1. Against the giants. Press 1. You don't get it. But you will. You will.
Antagonism between the Talmud and Jesus. The Talmud attacks him everywhere it can, even his mother.
Look.
Mary, the Talmud says, was a whore who mated with carpenters.
Look.
She who was the descendant of princes and governors played the harlot with carpenters. It naturally followed that the scribes declared Christ to be a bastard.
Look.
In its article on
Jesus. You hear why Pac was saying him a bastard and stuff, but he's speaking for you. Because the role, are you really a bastard? No, you have a father who was adopted into your nation and had to neglect their father and reject everything and be adopted. Think about it. Think about it.
The Jewish Encyclopedia says that Jewish writings defame Christ. It is the tendency of all these sources to belittle the person of Jesus by ascribing to him illegitimate birth, magic, and a shameful death.
Look.
Jesus, according to this article, was considered one of the 3 worst enemies of Judaism who came to an ignoble end. The Talmud says they subjected him to 4 deaths: stoning, burning, decapitation, and strangling.
Look. What? 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 All 4 legal methods of execution. Stop it. Mr. Gillespie's in the building. What time is it? It's only, hit that like button, bro. I don't found what I was looking for. Taj, you only see, that's why I was on fire, Taj. It's all over, Taj. I told you, bro. I told you. That's why I was saying what I was saying. That strong, because we here. What did we say? Look, it's all done legally. All 4 legal methods of execution: stoning, burning, decapitation, and strangling. Look at that, bro. I don't found the Holy Grail. I don't found Pandora's box, bro. I don't open Pandora's. I don't prove the point, bro. I proved beyond the proving of the proven what's in the pudding. Hit the like button and subscribe. If you to patreon.com/KevGillsTV. And as my good friend Conor McGregor say, don't take part, take over, nigga. First one, don't come to play with them. Come to win. Win. I want to see more of these people who believe in the Kabbalah and these Kabbah people and all of this stuff that's just upside down and inverted towards my God. I want tomorrow when I wake up, I want to hear another name on the news. I want to hear another one. I want somebody new. Press 1. Somebody they don't least expect, Lord. You feel me? Somebody they gonna damn. All right, we got Andrew Tate, Lord, but you know how black people is, Lord. You know how my people is. All right, we got Polite. He just played guilty. He said, fuck this, I'm out. No more to fight. Press 1. I talk Kev talking so much God in life. I feel convicted. I'm gone. I'm guilty. Press 1. Get in here. Kev talking to me on the internet, we trolling, he talking to my soul, we laughing, but when I go home at night, sitting on the toilet and about to go to bed, bro, it all makes sense. Nigga can only play for so long. Guilty. You'll be out in a second, don't worry, but your name shall be stamped. Shame forever.
Stoning, burning, decapitation, and strangling.
Now, was you stoned to death? Yep. And you already know where we came up with stone. There go Peter again. But anyway, you was genocided, Holocaust, burning. You was decapitated. Your king was decapitated, and you was hung from trees. Press 1. Where employed? It's very specific. This is very specific, bro. Hit that like button and subscribe. He met his death at the age of 33. Dowries, nigga.
Decapitation and strangling. The Talmud also...
I can see now, bro. This shit is crazy.
Says he is now in hell, punished with boiling hot excrement.
Now where he at? He in hell, Turned Christ upside down, inverted him. Press 1. Sent them to hell instead of going to heaven. Press 1. That's their method of thinking. That's Peter for you. That's their shit.
What is Christ's advice as he speaks to us out of hell? The Jewish Encyclopedia quotes Jesus as telling us above all to bless the Jews. He says, "Further their well-being. Do nothing to their detriment.
Look.
Whoever touches them touches even the apple of his eye."
Look.
Christians, as followers of the false prophet Jesus, also deserve death. The Jewish Encyclopedia again recaps the Talmud's position. A Gentile observing the Sabbath deserves death. The testimony of a Christian was
see how
not
it's in their law? They made it illegal for you to serve God correctly. You see that? So if this was their alternate, what was it before? You serve God correctly. That's why the Victorians didn't smile in their period. There wasn't no gain. Entrepreneurship and business and family and life and heirship and passing your name down to your sons, bro. That shit meant something, bro. That shit means something. It means so much. It has so much weight. The whole world comes here and eats off of you, bro. Because you out of order.
Admitted in evidence in Jewish courts, and an Israelite who found anything belonging to one who was a Christian was forbidden to return it to him.
You steal it.
The Pharisees, through their Talmud...
Now you see the mindset of those who came and stole and robbed and pillaged. It's illegal to even return it to them. Here, take it, man. See? They raised a nation full of Antichrist, Boy Scout, Adolf Hitler-minded, Stalin, murderous, genocidal killers. A whole army of sleeper cells ready to go.
Gave the Jews an ethic which encouraged bigotry and isolation. But it did worse than that. It invited persecution. By the 11th century, the inhabitants of Babylon, growing weary of the self-righteousness and dishonesty of the Jews, expelled them to the west.
That's part of our faith. They had to read.
Expelled them where? Come on, bro. Huh? What you say? They left the South and the East. Y'all went west. When y'all ask how everybody ended up on the West, bro.
The Bible, the Torah. And that carried the Jewish people as a unique people, people of the book, as we called it. The people of the book not only knew the book, they could read the book.
Oh, don't you love that, Jamie Lee? Now you are ignorant because you can't read the book, G. Do you hear him say they? He ain't saying we, us. They cannot read the book. As long as they are ignorant, God does not obey them. He does not hear the plight. See, this is that shit, bro. Tell me about Mr. Gillespie. We should not be alienated and taken over by aliens, bro. This is alien.
The capacity to ask questions, which is what the Talmudic tradition did.
The capacity to do what?
Which is what the Talmudic tradition did. A unique people.
Look.
People of the book, as we called it.
Huh?
The people of the book not only knew the book, they could read the book. The capacity to ask questions, which...
Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt, y'all. I don't even know, bro. I work day in and day out. And what do I always say? Where my men at, bro? Where my men, bro? That hurt, bro. They lost the capacity to know and learn how to ask questions. Told you, this is $1 billion nation running man. I ain't graduated nothing. I told you. This is a man who runs nations, bro. They all listen to him, bro. This is Israel, bro, who stole your whole book from you, bro. He just told you what I've been telling you this whole time. Where my men at, bro? Why the men don't ask questions, bro? Why they think they teaching me something? They don't teach me everything, right? But they won't ask me nothing, bro. Press what? Yeah. Yeah, it'd be one thing. Hit the like button and sub. I'm trying to tell you, champ. I'm the champion of the world, bro. Craig.
Which is what the Talmudic tradition people.
I'm teaching you to ask questions and the right question. You see, your enemy knows one thing. Get that word of God from them. And we got them. They don't know their history. They don't know what time it is. They don't know they out of time. They don't honor the Jubilee. We got them subverted with their mentality. Only thing they asking for is reparation. They just want us to give them something. That's how they think. Damn, bro. And you wonder why you ain't the head of household, because you can't ask a damn question, bro. That's why the Bible say they will say nothing. That's not just words. Hey, well, they don't even know how to speak. What did they say? What did Agent Smith say? He said, what good is a lawyer? What good is a phone call if you can't ask no motherfucking questions? You don't even know how to speak.
The Jews expelled them to the west.
That's part of our faith. They had to read the Bible, the Torah. And that carried the Jewish people.
That's part of the faith.
Unique people, people of the book, as we called it. The people of the book not only knew the book, they could read the book. Ooh. The capacity to ask questions, which is what the Talmudic tradition did across Jewish communities. It never defined the end of knowledge. It never put an exclamation mark on truth. It was constantly questioning, expanding, growing, exchanging between communities, between great scholars and their students.
Building knowledge, mind of God type of thing.
It never ended. It was always iterative. This culture exploded when the walls of the ghetto went down. This same same tradition, this same culture is part of us. It's deeply ingrained in our culture, in our thinking, in our traditions.
I just don't.
Israel's fight is our fight.
Look.
We are one. We are united. We will not be discouraged. We will not be defeated. We will not be intimidated. We will not sit down.
They reversed the law. This is Adolf. This is the new Adolf. Press 1 and then say Israel fight is us. This is what us. This is what us. But they're Talmudic. Talmudic, Catholic, false Christians.
We will not be silent. We are the worst nightmare of the anti-Semites of the world.
Boom. Now, this is your fight. You are the Semite. Anybody anti the people of the book. So the people of the book is this important, that the people of God protects a specific racial group. That's why. That's why. You're just not a Christian. No, they're Christian. Gentile is Christian. Christians protect you. And you fight for the king. It's a duty. And they know their duty. That's the thing about it. They know their duty. They just stole your inheritance. And that is your inheritance. That is your freedom. And with all of the money you're supposed to have, they're supposed to protect you. They're trustees. They've taken an oath to protect you. It's against the law for them to be out of order. That's what I'm trying to show you guys in many different levels of intelligence, of course, but this is how hard they fight for Israel.
The victory is going to be ours.
And they incorporated history and became incorporated citizens, and all the citizens of the world became United States white people. Press 1, hit the like button and subscribe, thus invading the kingdom. Damn, bro. See all them Serapis flags and Rothschild flags right there, hanging so-called Jewish flag or Israel? Come on, man. This is deep, bro. That's why they call America the melting pot. Because all of these different metals are clashing together to build this big fuck you to God, and we gonna stand with them, right? That's your Tower of Babel. As a collective. They're going to send 1 million drones in the sky and a big middle finger to say, F God, we told you we got Israel, and they love us. They like to serve Kabbalah. They like the tree of good and evil. They like this. And we have them enslaved in bondage, and they live and they die, and all of their riches come to our king, Satan, Prometheus. Press 1. We stole all their inventions. Prometheus gave us the keys, and nigga, we running rampant. We don't pillage your community. We change your laws. We made them make a choice that you can do what thou wilt. And we don't made you. Damn, if we don't made you our God. Now they believe in a stone fake you, which is our God anyway. So now you really fuck. We don't raise our king on the pole, just like Moses did. Remember? We look at what we did, and look at all your people worshiping Ptah, Nimrod, Serapis. So you don't really know, as an audience, what be on my mind when I do what I do. I like to freestyle this shit, because it's the way, it's the way I express myself. Who you supposed to be, and what did I tell y'all earlier? Prometheus is who? Lucifer. So they carbon copy scripture, reversed it with themselves. And you wonder how you were whitewashed out of history. It just took one major coup d'etat full of Luciferian believers of Mithra to understand it's their God-given right to destroy you. Do you understand what I'm saying? To destroy you. So when it was go time in the early 1900s, in the coup d'etat of Wilmington, and they were all pretending to be good little workers, and they flipped it on you. Pulling out guns. Everything was normal that day at work, that type of shit. And then crazy ass Marcus, not Marcus, because that's a black name, Demetrius Zakharov came in with that look, and they all love Malcolm funny and shit. Imagine if you can go back and talk to the people who came to work at the Gillespie ammunition port up there, and what would they say? All the black people. Well, they all seem pretty. Go ahead, connect with your ancestors. Go ahead. I'll grant you. Go ahead, connect with your ancestor and see what they will say. That what happened when they came into work that day, 1889. So when you look at the Statue of Liberty, that's Mithra. That's who did we say? Prometheus. The Kabbalah, what you people are involved in, is the light bringers. And you know this, man. That's the cold thing about it. Hey, listen. The cold thing is, you niggas know it. See, I did it by myself. That's glory to God. I told you he gave me something. He gave me something so great. Y'all believe in this right here. He gave me something so great. He gave me Kevin Gillespie this motherfucking way of thinking and speaking and conveying this message to where you can understand it at this tone, at this frequency, in this style, at this time, nigga. 1980, South Central, Los Angeles, Daniel Friedman Hospital. Lord have mercy. You know, this nigga don't figure it out. So y'all know what y'all worship. Press 1, and it's still superstition. You don't hate me. Y'all hate me because I'm figuring out what you worship. That's why they came against me. Because I know what you worship. That's why. Because I know. I don't just say Jesus is a white man and this one and that one and wear some pants and that's right. Nah. I went above and beyond every time, G. So y'all worship Mithra, Prometheus, the one who betrayed God. And that's why he got a statue right out front, the whatchamacallit. And we up here thinking about liberty. We up here thinking about freedom and Abraham Lincoln. And they took the 10 Commandments down and this one and that one. The 10 Commandments is in law. It's illegal to kill, steal, rob people. That's in law. That's law. But y'all believe in a bright and morning star, Lucifer, Prometheus, Nimrod, Serapis, and y'all call on many gods. Y'all not calling on ancestors. Y'all into demonology. Y'all calling on fallen angels. Y'all don't name them, made little statues out of them. Got y'all families out there thinking y'all doing something and y'all really conjuring up demons. Pretending you doing something good. You really just out there really against God. A person really has to protect themselves in this world where the whole world believes in Lucifer. The whole world is guilty of Prometheus worship. Damn. Wake your ass up. Go wake your mama up. Go tell your mama to turn on the TV. Kev is on. Press 1. Grandma. Kev said, come here. This is your king. You know when he was born? December 25th during the winter solstice. You asshole, you. Press 1. You don't, yep. All the witches and warlocks.
Not like this.
Mm-hmm.
Not like this.
Yep, so come on, huddle around. Mr. Gillespie has a story to tell. Y'all all out there. That's why y'all put the star on top of the Christmas tree, symbolizing. You see the star on top of it? Y'all some Masonic, devil, worshiping, Luciferian, Babylonian. And I see why King George would have had a gang of witch trials. He seen y'all out here out here worshiping. I would have cut you off too. I would have cut you off. I would have cut your ass off. Oh, I would have cut. I'm cutting you off. Mm-mm. You're not finna pretend around me like I don't know. I know this. Tell them, ladies out there, Wakanda. Kev knows this. This nigga Kev know everything. Don't you dare call that nigga bipolar. This nigga is million. He got a million. What do you call million polar? Press 1. That nigga sees everything. He know what angle you coming from. He can see you. Press 1. This nigga knows this, bro. This nigga from South Central know this, bro. He just buy jewelry to bring himself low so he can be hippish with you in hip hop and talk this hip hop shit. Cause God put me in those alchemic situations when I was born from South Central. You know what I'm talking about? I was cooked just right on this earth. Press 1. Multipolar. Yeah, that right there. Ain't no medicine but God and the healer of all that can heal this multi-dimensional order of polar that I got. Press 1. Who bipolar? A nigga that think he living in 4 different dimensions, who living in time and space, living on Mercury and Pluto so goddamn where? Or the nigga who's figuring out that the whole world has been worshiping Lucifer, the morning star, this whole time by bringing Christmas trees in a house and sticking gifts under them like Satan, like Mithra is this one and that one. Press 1. Ain't no limit to my knowledge. My knowledge, you feel me? It's immeasurable. Press 1. It's uncalculatable. Press 1. I see the angles. That's why you gonna get burned. God put me here to tell you how. I ain't just pull the Bible out. I tried last time, and it's just not relating, God. They don't believe me with the Christmas trees. It's too fun. Okay, Kev, got this for you. Press 1. All right, God, they ain't listening, bro. They up to no good again. Press 1. I done told Ali. He done wandered back off and got his certificate. He knows, but they're not convinced. I need another one. Oh my goodness! I told Tosh. He done went back over there and started watching them dumb YouTube videos with goddamn Black Magic and them, and then he came back, and then oh my goodness, Lord, how can we prove more? They want me to do backflips and magic tricks and shit. Press 1. They just don't know. You get truth. They ain't going for truth. More truth then. Damn. Press 1. I just did as much as I could. You know you didn't. Press 1. I think that wasn't a burden. Imagine telling your grandma this who they worship. This is exactly who in the picture. Don't tell me about no damn Caesar Borgia. Tell me about Prometheus. Press 1. That's Jesus on the wall. Press 1. Come on, family. I told you. That's him. Mm-hmm. Black and silver say what? We need this spirit of made just right. God don't bake you a cake, would it? Like on that movie Baller Blocking. Yeah. You gonna be home later? You ain't finna get me. You ain't finna get me. I'm gonna bake y'all a cake, would it? You feel me? The God of fire, because he the God of hell. He's the one with the so-called truth. He didn't steal that knowledge and nothing from God. He's upset because God, he fell into his own self-worship, and he trying to come up with a crazy story. But God, remember the flaming bush and all that? He's a copycat, a wannabe, a false singer. Could do karaoke. He ain't really the best singer of all time and the best entertainer. All that is stolen. Press 1. All that is stolen idea. Then he tried to give it to you, put it within Lucius and Lucius Trust. Press 1. Everybody Google Lucius Trust and took the trust from us and put it in Lucius Trust. Press 1, that's the minor estate. That's the demonic world. Press 1. Kev Gills, don't say it with me. Kev Gills did what? Come on. Come on, say it with me. Come on, no, y'all go. Y'all sleep? Oh. Oh, y'all was asleep. Right under what? The United Nations. I told you. Right under what? The Triton, the United Nations. Mr. Gillespie. Say it with me. That it's something in that name. It's got to be something. This nigga pumping his own name up. It got to be some power in that name. I say, Mr. Gillespie is in the building. Press 1. Hit the like button. Mr. Gillespie is in the building. Right up under you, United Nations. Go ahead and open up a new tab. Go ahead, look for yourself. I know you're scared to open up a new tab and Google something for the first time in your life that makes sense. No, you probably in hell already. Your dumb ass is not knowing. Everybody kissing ass to go to heaven ain't going. I put the soul on it. Facts. Hit that like button. Everybody think they go to heaven ain't going. He put a soul on it. It's facts. Y'all playing. They get on this internet playing. I ain't playing. I win. I don't lose. I'm a hustler, baby. Oh, I just want you to know. I gotta let them know. It ain't where I've been, yo. Where I'm about to go. On top of the world, baby. Press 1. They just mad because I learned this little extra hand play from South Central Pimps and Players. You know, press 1. Hit that like button. Well, I couldn't do this, bro. Because you can't. This nigga fought. This nigga studied hard for this type of shit. Hey, y'all, watch this. I'm finna show y'all something right now. So, we're dealing in trust law. Hit the like button. I told you, we gonna leave no stone unturned. Huh? Here go Israel right here. So, now they got the trust. Now they got your identity. Now they got your name. Now they got your land patents. They got your they got everything. A allodial title. They got every damn thing. Now it's time to break it off into a trust. Open up a minor estate. Press 1. Then you open up a minor estate. Use their words against them. They already know in God they trust. Put on the judge wall up there. Yeah, and bar them from the law. We'll interpret the law for them. Press 1. They can't speak for themselves. They don't even know the law. We remove that from them even knowing what the Bible is. It's a fucking allegory out of time. Press 1. We can make movies about this all day in front of them, and they'll never fucking know it. And we'll make ourselves the superheroes. Why not? That's how we get them to serve us. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. I told y'all, come to class. Y'all can't fuck with the police. Press 1. So Lucis Trust, United Nations, they're all of them. There is no plausible deniability at all when you talking to a mind like this. There is none. There is no stone to be unturned. You are busted. You are the people of the devil, as Jesus said, bro. Y'all invaded God's people and turned them into beasts. And women and men are, black women, bad women, doesn't matter. You were raised and put inside this trust here. I mean, it's like I'm an heir trust, not them. It's mine. So I'm going to manipulate the law and amend laws, 13 and 14th Amendment, to steal their property rights and trust and move it on over to the minor estate. And then as a minor, we're going to be major estate because we're going to genocide them. And then their offspring won't even know what a trust is. Press 1. Hit the like button and subscribe. Ooh, look at your neighbor today and say it's quiet in that chat room. Look at your neighbor and say, boy, they can't even withstand. Hey, what they going to do with Mr. Gillespie? Nothing. They thought he was a clown. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Yeah. So y'all want to drive this ship right here? Press 1. Y'all, we talking quantum mechanics. What we talking here? I will enter each one of those deceptions and destroy them bitches from within like it's nothing and stay on track. Look at that, like it's nothing. I prove all the falsehoods. Yeah, y'all keep playing. I'm gonna prove them all wrong and bring it all the way home. Remember that little white lady who was talking about trust law and breaking down how they was able to steal heirs and become the airships through citizens and became sovereigns through citizens, but it was a Luciferian trick because they didn't become heirs. He became, and the church became, and everybody became slaves. What they thought they was getting, now you see they was looking to be sovereign citizens. That's impossible. A sovereign and a citizen is like a chicken wanting to be a horse or a horse wanting to be a automobile. Press 1. It's impossible. There's no scientific method to a horse becoming an automobile. A horse is a horse. You gotta feed it. You can say how the similarities between the two if you're trying to sell a car, give it something like horsepower, but they're not the same. Okay, one is alive and one is engineered. Dead. Okay? But you see the Triton in that? You see the cross in that? Okay. You see the cross in that? Okay. All of it leads right here. The occult agenda behind the UN. Yeah, the occult agenda. The loosest trust. Thank you, conspiracy hit. That's right. And the United Nations having the wreath or the crown. You see the wreath? That's the crown of Christ. That's with the Cadillac. El Dorado. Press 1. That's not even a crown that you can play with. That's designated for the golden child. That's the coming Messiah's crown. That's the return of Christ's crown. You don't stole the wrong crown. See what I'm saying? That he died and got the crown of horns only to get the wreath, the real crown. Press 1, that's it, that Rome wore on their head, and y'all just be thinking they like mistletoe or some shit. I don't understand. Y'all gave Prometheus a halo, a crown, a holy crown. Incredible. Incredible. And gave it to 50 niggas. Not 50 nations. 50 niggas, like Tupac said. 50 niggas who all came against thee, like the Bible said. All nations have conspired against thee. Aren't they all here by way of the United Nations? Didn't they all take part in becoming 14th Amendment citizens? Taking part in the theft, in the trust, in the stealing? Press 1 of your estate. Press 1 that was given to you. Oh, you don't need reparation. Oh, this is for special people. The rest of you are here by way of loosest trust and of Satan, children of Satan. I see why they hate me. They hate me like they hate Jesus because I'm going to spit the real. That's why. And I got a lot of breath, as you can see. I'm going to spit the real. Hit that like button, and I can convey the message over to the real people. Because the rest of y'all already know. Y'all know it all already. It's the people who watch YouTube and still trying to find God and why this is the way it is. This is why this the way it is. You have been genocided. And your trust, which is heirship by way of God, you have a whole beneficiary package that they became trustees or watchers over the estate. That's yours. That's not a Stan Lee movie. That's yours. Design. What do you think the return of Jesus Christ? What do you think the return is about? What do you think that's about? It's about this. It's about the estate. That's why. That's what the return is about. That's what reclaiming the estate is about. That's what this shit is all about, family. It's about this. That's why people come and try to distract. Try to see what I know. You don't want to know what I know. You can't handle the truth. Press 1. Because y'all is of your father, the devil. And my father is the opposite. Press 1. The trust. Yeah, that's special to me. I believe in God for a reason. I have a reason to know why I believe. I know why I believe in God, bro. A lot of people don't know why they believe in God, bro. I know why I believe in God, bro. I never felt like I know. And that's purpose. That's purpose. Nigga ain't have no purpose. But I know purpose now. I have a purpose now. You feel me? You just be on earth living, smoking weed and hip hopping and doing what we do, but living without purpose, no, all mechanical. That's exactly where they want you. They want your, what they say in Transformer, your all spark to die. So there is no more of this. You know. So what do you say? How do you, did I know I was going to be proving the world worship Satan? Yeah, I did. I ain't going to lie to you. It was always in my mind the whole time. But I was saying, no, just like you would be. Like Neo and Major, no, hell no. Yes, sirree. You can be like Jonah and keep trying to run. You can't run from this, knowing things like this. You can't run from this. Press 1. You can go right down the same road of confusion. Without God, you'll be confused. You'll be in quantum mechanics for the rest of your life, making up numbers in your head. And then when you get down to the simplicity of what the truth is, you like, wait a minute. All this was just going on in people's brain. Yep. The real shit is the beneficiary package that comes. This is your reparation. They stole everything from you, and they put your history in allegories and in time immemorial, and they all got a secret language to revert back in time to, if it ever get out of control, you can just pick from one of these goddamn scenarios you want to play. But in real life, they're nothing more than Title 42 citizens. Or everybody. Everybody. Nothing more than Title 42 citizens. Now that's something, ain't it? You're here by way of Lucius trust. That's your white privilege. You see that big old white privilege. Hit the like button and subscribe. White power, white privilege, all of them together are white. Didn't I show y'all Cardi B? I mean, what's the other Dominican mommy, Jocelyn Hernandez, who get arrested? I put it on my Instagram. I said, look at her race. What did it say? White. And y'all sitting up here, she talking to Amber Rose, talking about who white and you ain't black, and you having a hard time identifying. You not black. You see what I'm saying? So she telling Amber, or she telling Amber Rose, she ain't black. You are white. You are white. Telling this woman, you understand? That's why I watch that shit. That's why. Because my brain is like, I cannot believe the world cannot think past, you know. Yeah, she told Amber, you just want to be a white girl. But she's white. Right there, in your face. That's why I'll be like, damn, our people is too caught up in entertainment and storylines, and they're not able to see at all. Is there an occult agenda behind? Well, we're proving it is. Your religion is the cult agenda. Your religion is the occult agenda behind the allegoric, satanic mindset of what people believe in order to steal the people's trust and amend God's laws so that they will serve, they will enjoy their enslavement. They will be born into their enslavement and won't even know they're enslaved. In fact, we'll create that Abraham Lincoln freed them, even though their king freed them a long time ago. Yeah, and then we'll make them believe that he emancipated them. Yeah, we just put that up, and then we'll turn George Washington Gillespie into George Washington, make him a Frenchman, and portray the satanic agenda through our image of their free king. Press 1. Hit the like button and subscribe. You see how I come out back down to the land? I don't stay in the allegory. I stay there to catch your ass, because that's where you at. Yeah, bring it right back down to reality. Come on. Land your little silly submarine, subconscious. Get out the news. Land that motherfucker right here. There you go. Easy work. This is easy work. Now, this year alone, we don't put in more work at KevRow University than all 3 years put together. You know why? Because we got on that ship. We said, fuck it. What did this nigga call this shit? The Magnet School Bus or something? I don't know. It sounds stupid, but I'm going to get on with him. Fuck it. Fuck it. And you got to see time different. You know? One way or shape or another, I got you to understand the 50 nations who came against you. Whether it was the Tupac tattoos and the references that way, or this one and that way. I have to learn how to convey the message of your minor estate, and that lady can say all that. But if you don't understand it in an urban way, you just won't get it. You know? And I don't know if it's our ignorance that is the blessing. I don't know if it's been our ignorance that's been, I don't know how to say it. But cool, stay right there. Stay right there. You know. Now, Lucius, y'all just watching Lucius on that shit Power, right? Who been holding the Triton this whole time? Prometheus, Serapis. We've been watching all these depictions in art, all these triangles, what this stuff mean, and we right here. When you to serve Lucius, that's your Satan. That's your diamond. That's all the conspiracy theories that's on YouTube talking about, oh yeah, the Jay-Z and all this. It's about this, bro. Oh, let me see who calling Kev. Let me see what's going on, because I wasn't expecting no calls, but I will. I will. You know, if if you do want to call in, I'm right here. I ain't tripping. I will. You know, if if you do want to call in, I'm right here. I ain't tripping. Yeah, I ain't tripping about this shit. I will. You know, if if you do want to call in, but it's a good time to be alive, and people happy to have Juneteenth. Remember, you still to remember you are still a slave. Yeah, well, Juneteenth is something else. That's something else. I'm on another level. Yeah, that's Juneteenth. That's something else. They got you locked into you was a slave and you was this and you was that. No, you was invaded by aliens. Yeah, you was invaded by aliens, and like Billy Carson say, your ass was invaded by aliens, and all 50 of them signed a treaty right there, and became Moors in a friendly peace treaty with the estate. Press one right there. Hit that like button and subscribe. So let's go to Prometheus. Wait, what is this? Mithra, which is Prometheus, the Dawn Bringer. Press one. Now look up here. Now I'm about to put this on the air. See that? Okay. So let's go. You see he up in a Christmas outfit. Come on.
Mithra is born on what became Christmas. Mithra is born on what became Christmas. Mithra is born on the winter solstice. Mithra was born of a virgin. The Mithras celebrated a communion where they
Told you. Y'all heard that? Okay, you know what communion is, right? You know what communion is, don't you? Don't play stupid. Remember, I got a bald head. Press one.
Mithra is born on what became Christmas. Mithra is born on the winter solstice. Mithra was born of a virgin. The Mithras celebrated a communion where they drank wine, which, by the way, their wine was spiked with Amanita muscaria mushrooms, which grow under what kind of trees? Evergreen trees. What's the color scheme of Amanita muscaria mushrooms? Red and white.
This is all Alice in Wonderland shit. Y'all been walking a cold dream world this whole time, Neo.
And then the evergreen is green. Well, there's the Christmas color scheme. At communion feast, they would eat bread that was circular in form and inscribed by a cross. Here's your communion wafer and also the breaking of the bread. Iconography of the bishops and the cardinals and so forth, you know, with these tall hats that they wear. Well, this is a preservation of the Phrygian cap, the red Mithraic cap. These white-robed figures would regularly come to meet with Muhammad, and he would go into a tent with them and sit with them in a circle, and no one else was allowed to come in. Salman the Persian, Salman Farsi, he was the one putting the Quran into Muhammad's head, and that, you know, he was the puppet master on the scene.
Damn, hit that like button. Hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Woo! These people ain't playing. I told you, you worships are rappers. That's not Jesus' birthday. And y'all be acting like, so what? What that mean? What that mean? Hey, Black and Silver, I'll be on some, what that mean? Let me show you what the fuck this mean did. You know, in the hood. Niggas be like, so what, blood? I bought presents anyway. So what? This said right here, bro. And you can beat us up or listen to God, bro. Give a fuck about them numbers on y'all arms no more, bro. Y'all, I'm not little cousin no more, bro. Y'all ain't gonna keep beating us up, bro, for telling the truth. Press money. Remember Day and not. Never mind.
My pleasure as well. And I want to get into the history of Mithra. Mithra is sort of an interesting character, sort of a mediator, but
mediator between 33 and 32, kind of like a false high priest, a magician, not a high priest. You see how he's in between the 32 and the 33? He's the man in between the two, and there we get to that.
You know, I have a copy of an English version, an English translation of the Vedas, and I have the Mahabharata, and I have some of those Indian epics, and there's Mithra in there too. Mithra's in Persian history, Mithra's in Roman mythology. Mithra's everywhere. So where does Mithra come from? What's the oldest extant version of Mithra that we have?
All right.
Well, I think the oldest inscription that refers to Mithra is from about 1700 BC. And it's an interesting inscription because basically it's in Sanskrit, but it was found in northern Iraq. And this is one of a number of pieces of evidence for the fact that the Aryans came to India from elsewhere.
Told you it's gonna get deep.
So it seems that northern Iraq, which historically is Kurdistan, in other words, it's the Kurdish part of Iran, was a homeland for those Aryans who eventually settled in northern India, and who are loosely known as the Hindus in Western discourse.
Not like this. Not like this.
Because they settled, around the Indus River. And so it seems that the worship of Mithra was brought to northern India by these people who called themselves Arya, the nobles, and
Noble Jew Ali.
Mithra is actually one of the oldest of the.
Oh my goodness! Hold me like the river Jordan.
Sanskrit gods. You have basically I wouldn't call it a trinity exactly, but you have three major figures in the oldest strata of Vedic religion: Indra, Mitra, and Varuna. And Mitra, Varuna are sometimes hyphenated. They're referred to together, right? And we can get that, in greater depth and length, because it turns out to be relevant to the feminine aspect of Mithra, which eventually is split off as an independent deity.
Not like this. Not like this.
So the whole independent woman psychology of Beyonce and the dance style of Kali Ma is because it's coming from this perspective. You got it? Our women were programmed. You see, you notice my change there? Our women were programmed to this behavior and don't even know it. Pound Town, my booty hole brown. Things of this nature. And what does Suki say? press what? This non-shame of character of your original state of mine as a child of God, as a woman of God. You know, like damn.
That's fascinating because I see the Mitra Varuna, like you said, hyphenated, and it's, always a
all there.
depiction of a.
So y'all say the whole independent woman thing, you know, and it's a blast. It's an attempt. It's a slap in the face for other nations to know this and then say you out of line. Your independent woman is destroying civilization, but they believe in it. The way you're acting is their religious construct. So their judgment of you is the most unrighteous judgment that you can have. For the way you're acting is because of the way you're worshiping their gods. And all y'all caught up in it.
Man on this like snake body thing, and I've
Your
heard,
body
I don't
like
know how
a
true this is,
snake and all
and you
this.
could probably
That's all they do
clarify
over
this.
there.
Is
But
that
you think you made that?
It's sort of like a depiction of the
It's not
Milky
that's not
Way
you.
galaxy, or the Milky Way in the sky, and like I guess there's like this big giant star in the middle so I guess that's like a depiction of Mithra. I don't know if that's true or not. What is that?
I think in terms of the snake, it's Typhonian kind of reference
They don't
to.
even know what that. They don't even know what that star is. They have no idea. They just guessing and wishing and on constructed a whole anti-theory to the truth. All metaphysical, all theoretical, theological philosophies of myths.
Varuna as a storm goddess type figure. And eventually what happens is that Varuna gets split off of Mitra and becomes the goddess that the Iranians refer to as Anahita. But to back up for a minute, the more important thing to grasp here, before endeavoring to understand anything else about Mithraism, is that Indra is a deva. Indra is the chief of the devas, the king.
She's a queen diva. Hit that like button and subscribe. You don't worship Beyonce. You worship the queen diva. Go ahead.
Of the gods, like Zeus, right? Mitra is a Ashura or Titan. And so Mitra Varuna, these are Titanic figures. So it's not that, these figures, Indra and Mitra, were sort of like worshipped together. They're opposed to each other. They're the leading figures of two opposed pantheons, a pantheon of devas or gods and a pantheon of Ashuras. This is also relevant to the eventual differentiation of a united Indo-Iranian community into.
Let's come together.
To Indians on the one hand and Iranians on the other, where the Iranians take the gods of the Hindus and they demonize them. And they worship the Titans instead, who are considered demonic by the Hindus. So Mitra winds up becoming the most important god to the Iranians, whereas from the Hindu perspective, he's a kind of demonic figure,
So that's a forever war. Forever. What did we learn today? You must have war. Didn't we learn that? If you was paying attention, you must have war. War is how we progress. Remember? That's how we get better at knowledge of what, So there you have it. A whole religious war ain't got nothing to do with nobody who believe in the word of God. Nothing. Niggas over here getting money ain't got nothing to do with that over there. You got me?
In the discourse of the original Sanskrit Aryan religion, he's a figure associated sort of with the hellish realms and, the underworld and so forth.
So now
No, war equals wisdom. Nehemiah. The goddess of war is the goddess of wisdom. So, you're right. But what I'm talking about and how it was conveyed was war equals enlightenment, wisdom, and how the biggest catastrophes lead to the biggest enhancements in technological, because they steal every damn thing and steal the patents. But anyway, we get back to it.
this reminds me of Greek mythology with the Titans and and what are the other ones are called the gods, I guess. The
Olympian gods. And
Olympian, right.
yeah, I mean, it shouldn't just remind you. It's the same thing. The Greeks and the Indians and Iranians were all one people. They were a people called the Yamanaya, or the Proto-Indo-Europeans, and they were basically centered around the Black Sea region. And
they're black.
And migrated in every which direction. Some of them going into what became Greece, some of them going down into the Iranian plateau and settling.
They're traveling people. That's why it's wheels on the carriage.
There, and others going even further to the east, and ultimately
these are Romanians, roaming people,
building a civilization in northern India.
So this is fascinating. I was just going to ask you that. I was going to.
Thank you. Gypsies.
You literally jumped in right before I was going to ask you. Maybe there's a culture that they both come from, which makes sense. The Yamana, and I've heard of this Yamanana, people that live around the Black Sea region, in between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. And I guess there is a giant flood there right around 4,000, 5,000 BC. And so it forced everybody to sort of migrate in all these different directions. Some of them went down to
the back of that head scratched so fast.
Mediterranean. The other ones went down to the Indus. And it kind of explains not only language, because linguists point to this all the time. Linguists are like, well, the Sanskrit is very closely related to Germanic, these Nordic languages. And you can sort of see it, like it's sort of like obvious that they all sort of come from one area. And it's very, people think out of Africa, and that's like the only thing people think about. But really, there was this huge culture, and like you said, the Yamanana, or however I probably pronounced it wrong. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the recent more precise studies of population genetics also support this. It's very clear now that migration patterns of the Indo-Europeans, as they were hypothesized by linguists beginning in the 1700s, are fairly accurate. Now we have
this nigga said 4,500 years ago, and he said the 1700s. Write that down in your notes. See? If you know time, you can catch them and they lie. Or you can see them telling you versions as if they're in agreement, but they that man here said 4,500 years ago. I know this 1970s. I was waiting for that answer. Because when your head itched, as Columbo, the black Columbo, I realized when suspects' head itch, they want to tell you the truth. You just have to give them time. the black Columbo, yeah. When they head scratched when they 4,500 years ago, bruh, we're white, bro. 1735 to 1842, bro. You see? Get your head out of time immemorial. Ain't no black people listening right now. What? You see? You got to know how to. Bell. What's the for? What's that one? Talk to me.
Have supporting evidence from genetics that shows that the Greeks the Iranians.
Now wait a minute, don't that look like octopus tentacles? They all every one of y'all come from Ukraine.
It's to you.
Damn.
Kev Gills, I got you on me. Yeah, man.
You hear me?
Welcome to the U, have a seat. The only professor applying pressure when he teach. Big cloud in these YouTube streets. I cheat like Wiz Khalif. Call it in if you gon' speak. Press 1 when you checking in. I got the merch, cop a coffee, a kush shirt. Support the brand if you support the man. With the
Got
spirit
your
of Steve
ass.
Coakley, they can't
I told you. Title 42.
Only straight shooter on this computer. Who else you know gon' bring it to your real truth? Hallelujah. More haters, more moderators. Get yourself timed up for making outlandish statements. Yeah, ain't no playing. Bungalow 54 is where you'll go with the herd. I got no patience. Either for God or you love Satan. It's reclassification over entertainment. It's the you.
Fact. Everybody want to have a school, but it's the you.
Care less what a hater say you do. It's the you. Press 1 if you support. If you don't press 2, it's the you. Teach nothing over here
But the living truth.
It's the you. Press 1.
Not the dead.
Press 1. Press 1. Press 1. Press 1. Press 1. Press 1.
Damn, bro. You telling me they all come from Ukraine, bro? Everybody want to have a school, but it's the you.
Care less what a hater say you do.
They taking our reparations and giving it to themselves. Once again. Trying to give me $2 million. Like, I ain't gonna spend that tomorrow. I want that. You feel me? You the only non-immigrant here. They all come from Africa. Told you. Niggas try to steal our birthright. Hit that like button and subscribe. I told you. They all playing stupid. I said this 4 years ago before any of this happened. I said when the Ukrainians, the Russians get to walking up this street, white people gonna act like they don't know what the fuck going on. Like that is not a Ukrainian walking up the street. Like that's not a white person. Like we didn't see them in snow gear and polo jackets talking about we finna come to America to run from him. But him is you. You is them. Them is you. All y'all's together. 42. Listen. All y'all is white in America. Press 1. See? This is easy for me. It's light work. Light work. We don't call them. Do I need all them views? No, bro. They are from Ukraine. What if Vladimir Putin say, them Nazis? Them bad people. Vladimir Putin said, America. Them bad people, they Nazi. You remember Nazi? Indo-European? Yes. Vladimir say, we all the same. This is my land, this them, I'm them, they, us, we all stupid. No, we all octopus cracking. Press 1. That's Vladimir say. This our shit. Now, who over there right now? The United Nations using American people and money. Now the United Nations, now you fund Israel, the United Nations, which is Israel, and Ukraine, which is Israel. Can you say tri-state? Hit that like button and subscribe. And they all running around talking about what? Mexicans come across the border. Donald Trump, this one. Joe Biden fell down. See? So they all come from here. In northwest, southeast of there. As my good friend Donald Rumsfeld will say.
The Italians also, and the Indians, so all of the various European Iranian and Indic peoples come from a single origin, and that they basically migrated outwards from the area north of the Black Sea, Ukraine, basically.
So then you get this.
That's where you come from.
This pantheon theology, where for some reason it's always centered around 12.
I'm sorry, guys.
12.
All of them come from where? Ukraine and the Black Sea. They are black people, Slavic, Caucasus Mountain. Oh, everything you looking for. They have no right to your stuff here, but they all came together and stole your trust, put it in Lucius Trust, put it, the state holders, Lloyds of London, Candace Owens' family now. That's why she goes so hard. That's why she don't want to pay back reparations. They're directly tied to the trust. They're directly tied to the theft and the heist of all time by genociding and putting their children to sleep, euthanizing.
You could touch on that.
Zodiacal constellations.
Look.
Yeah. So you get the 12 constellations, and Mithra seems to be the one name that stays where it's at. But I think Mithra's name changes in Norse mythology, but that's way later anyway. But my question is Mithra a sun god? What exactly is Mithra?
You know, that's a damn good question, and it's not an easy one to answer, actually.
Yeah, because are we talking S-O-N or S-U-N? Because there's a misrepresentation of it. Go ahead.
First of all, one thing we have to recognize is that anytime we discuss Mithraism, we're reconstructing a dead religion. And not only is it a dead religion,
Not like this. Not like this.
We own.
it's a religion that even in the time, even in its heyday, was shrouded in secrecy and was, the most esoteric and occulted, probably, of the ancient or classical religions. So it's very difficult to reconstruct what exactly Mithraism consisted of. And then, of course, there's the question of the evolution of Mithraism from, northern India to, ancient Iran to late classical Rome and so forth, okay? So throughout that whole evolutionary span, there are people who very closely associated Mithra with the sun. And some people...
Ain't that the Statue of Liberty? Man, y'all quit playing with Mr. Gillespie.
Even think that Mithra started out in the Sanskrit context as a sun god. But there's a Sanskrit sun god, a Vedic sun god, Surya, which is a different figure.
Right.
And when you look carefully at the structure of the Mithraic myths in Iran, you see that Mithra is not the sun. Mithra is the solar charioteer or the bringer of the dawn, which is interesting because, we have a bringer of the dawn figure in the West, right? The light, exactly, the light that comes before the sun rises, the morning star. And so I think there's something to be said for an association between Mithra and Lucifer, especially because, again, going back to Mitra Varuna, Mitra is a kind of androgynous figure, or hermaphroditic kind of figure,
transhuman,
originally, which then gets split off into a male emanation, as it were, and a female, emanation. In other words, Mitra Varuna, or later Mithra and Anahita in the Iranian context. But remember that in terms of the bringer of the dawn, you have also Lucifer and Venus, the morning star and the evening star, which are in fact the same entity. So, I would suggest that Mithra is not the sun. he's a solar deity, but he's rather the bringer of the dawn.
You know what's fascinating? I'm pretty sure it's the Mahabharata, but I could be wrong. Sort of guessing on this. It's one of the Hindu epics, and it talks about not Krishna, but Krishna's other form, which is Vishnu. And Vishnu's praying, and they're asking who is Vishnu praying to? We pray to Vishnu. What is Vishnu praying to? And Vishnu says Vishnu's praying to Varuna, and that's like, whoa, Varuna must be high up there. If Vishnu's praying to Varuna must be some mega god. You know what I mean? And I thought that was pretty fascinating.
Tell him.
Yeah, in terms of Varuna, I don't want to jump the gun too much and go hundreds of years forward in terms of history, but whatever. We're not engaged in a history lesson here, so who cares? In terms of Varuna, another interesting thing is that this Typhonian storm goddess fits very well with the fact that Mithraism was the religion of the Cilician pirates, the first major piracy force in the Mediterranean Sea, which was a serious rival of the Roman Navy, were a group of pirates fielded by the Parthians, by the second major Iranian empire, fielded by the Parthians into the Mediterranean. And they were Mithraists, and in fact, they acted as the primary conduit for the spread of Mithraism from Iran into the Roman Empire. Not, across the battlefields, where the Romans and the Parthians were constantly waging war against one another, but through the elites in the port cities. The Cilician pirates were wheeling and dealing with the elites in the Roman port cities, and this was one of the main conduits for the spread of Mithraism into the Roman Empire. In any case, though, the fact, people think of Mithra and then, they think of pirates on the sea, and shouldn't these pirates be worshiping like some Starbucks-like mermaid kind of goddess figure?
Oh my goodness! Remember Pirates of the Caribbean? Come on,
or whatever. Well, they were, because there's this other side of Mithra, namely Varuna, which is a kind of Typhonian storm goddess, which the Iranians later referred to as Anahita. So there's that.
I've also heard that Varuna has a relation to Aranos.
Could you imagine? Now listen to me. I want all the black people, it don't matter what nation, and white people to realize one thing. When these people right here are talking about this shit, they talking about this shit like this is their homeboys on the block. Overruled us? Yeah, cuz they rolled up and took out whatchamacallit, then come out, and I seen him worshiping whatchamacallit, and I'm thinking, if he's a god, who the fuck is he worshiping? A bigger god? Yeah, anyway, that one is, the big homie. First one, like, what the fuck? It's like it's so personal. It's personalized. I thought we had stories. These motherfuckers exist in time immemorial. These motherfuckers' brains is way... I'm going to start having great conversations. We going to blog. And I'm going to have random conversations with white people to see if I broke the code. Say a little code word. Hell of Prometheus. Shh. I'm sorry. Backland. Prison. Hit the like button and subscribe. Start talking in riddle and bug language. Press one. Start speaking in like Billy Carson and shit. Everybody start walking around. Oh, he's pretty smart here. Press one. Yeah, and then the Anunnaki came, and then they raised us all to hate each other. We're really not from here. I'm black, but I'm not really here. I'm a holographic experience coming through my pineal gland as a holographic projection, and so are you. And that's what they're trying to do, divide us. How's that?
Some sort of linguistic connection there. But I want to ask you this. This is a question that I wanted to ask you. Goodness. The word soldier has SOL in the beginning, and yes. I know that Persian is very closely related to Germanic, and so is Sanskrit. And I'm wondering, because I know that Mithra is associated with Sol Invictus later on, because, you know, we already touched on the whole, is Mithra sun god, is it not? But later on, when it sort of becomes more of a Sol Invictus figure, is that word soldier have anything to do with Sol Invictus?
It's a good question. It could, because, well, first of all, I mean, Sol Invictus is a title of Mithra. Okay, it's the unconquerable or undying sun, which, by the way, is not the sun in the sky. If you think about it, the sun in the sky does die, and it, you know, from an ancient, in an ancient way of thinking, the sun dies and is reborn every day. This is a turn of phrase Heraclitus uses in his writings, and you see it in various ancient texts in various cultures. The Sol Invictus is the sun which never sets, which is an occult phrase that's used in Plato and it's used in other writings. I mean, it's also been referred to as the black sun.
Told you. The swastika, the black sun. The Japanese flag, the black sun. You just don't see it because the black sun was red. You don't even see, you ain't paying no attention. You ain't paying, that's why. It's the black sun. You remember they called Malcolm X, what was his nickname? Red. Like Cincinnati Reds? Red. Like the earth. Adam. Like clay. Like the dust of the ground mixed with a little water. But we'll get back to it.
And so in any case, without going too deep into that rabbit hole, to answer your initial question.
My man said 111. Look, he's at his numbers right now, but excellent catch, champion. You might want to check those angelic numbers out and read them back since you're going there.
Mithraism has always been a military religion from the very beginning.
Mithra has always been a what? Military religion.
Mithra was a deity adopted by the soldier class. Probably the Kshatriyas, the warrior caste in the Hindu caste system, were worshippers of Mithra from the very beginning. Certainly in ancient Iran, the military worshipped Mithra. We have records of that from the Greeks. Even in Achaemenid inscriptions, it's clear that Mithra was revered by the ancient Persian military, and more than any other deity, more than, let's say, Ahura Mazda, once Zoroastrianism became established. But then when we get into the grades of initiation in Roman Mithraism,
look, this is Jabari, come here.
What is it? The third grade of initiation is the grade of the soldier. And so, soldier, maybe there's a connection there because, not only was it a military religion, but there's actually a grade of initiation, the grade of the soldier.
There he goes.
Which, not incidentally is where a lot of the rights
again, looking for a legal way to execute. Remember, King David sent his brother off to war to have a murder by way of war. Legal murder.
Confirmation in the Catholic Church and the Ash Wednesday ritual come from.
Look,
this slap on the face that the Catholic priests give someone during a confirmation, that comes from the grade of the soldier. They would smack the soldier in the face, and they would where a lot of the
y'all baptism, that's why they turned you into a soldier and turned your God into a soldier God, your belief, and y'all wrapped up in the flag, the Serapis flag, and all of this. Oh my goodness, this is deep. Oh, this is deep, bro.
The rites for confirmation in the Catholic Church and the Ash Wednesday ritual come from. This slap on the face that the Catholic priests give someone during a confirmation, that comes from the great...
You're getting baptized to another God. Wow, bro. This is why the birth certificate, this is why law, this is why. We got him, child. I'm sorry, I was speaking in third person. I got him. We got him, y'all. Damn, we got him, champ.
To the soldier, they would smack the soldier in the face. Wow. And they would also put an ashen cross on his forehead.
Wow.
And the ashen cross on the forehead has nothing to do with a crucifix or, you know,
tell them what
a cross that people were crucified on.
Tell them.
The ashen cross is a reference to the celestial equator crossing the ecliptic. It's okay. So,
ain't that United Nations?
Now this takes us into the heart of the Mithraic mystery.
Ain't that a navigational city? All of this.
The celestial equator and the ecliptic are separated by 23 degrees, and this is what causes the phenomenon where over the course of 2,000 some odd years,
here we go,
the sun rises into a different constellation.
Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. On the morning of the spring equinox. In other words,
Amanda said Atlas. Why you say Atlas? Yeah. Oh, yes. The Atlas.
Precession of the equinox.
See, if you believe that the world is like that, then and it's all like this, then you believe Atlas is holding up the world. You're into the super. Look, he just said supreme mathematics. This nigga Kev don't enter. Nigga, what do they call it? God mode. Tell him, Todd. This nigga is Noble Drew Ali status right now. Look, the compass, bro. Remember Jack Compass was going all over the place in that movie? Bro, this nigga Kev is on another level with it. And I didn't leave God. I told y'all like 2 days ago when I did that 7-hour stream, sorry, that was yesterday or something, that I'm sticking with who brought me to the fight. Why switch up? Why switch my stance and go southpaw? I've been fighting southpaw. There's a white fight regular. I've been fighting unorthodox southpaw, Roy Jones and Floyd Mayweather style all the time. Why? Why change it up? Why? Boo. You keep putting them up there, we're going to keep knocking them down.
The changing of the zodiacal ages.
That's the Hellenistic model. It's the whole scientific religion, bro.
And so this ashen cross that they would put on the soldier's forehead during the initiation into the grade of the soldier.
Oh my goodness.
Represented cosmic time. And the reason it's ashen is because at the end of the zodiacal cycle, the world is supposed to burn. The whole planet is supposed to burn.
Oh my goodness.
Now the world would be consumed by fire. There'd be a global conflagration, which is something you see also in the writings of Heraclitus. And it's certainly
in the right. Oh yeah.
An idea that I would say, is adopted by Zoroastrianism from out of an older Mithraism.
They are, in fact, trying to tempt gods to anger because they worship the god of death, destruction, atomic warfare. They worship the end, the dead. They don't worship nothing else. They worship the dead, the end. They sound so matter of fact because the world is caught up in their dream world. Pretty crystal clear over this. And they are, and y'all worship death cult, death music, death thought process, idol worship, stars, motherfucking what Kanye, what the females are just obsessed. It's just obsessed with death. The black woman have amended every one of God's laws and fighting for more demoralization like it's a race. Like it's a race. Y'all fighting for these causes like it's not a sexual preference. Like it's a race or some shit. We got other, and don't included yourself in the demoralization of your own nation, which makes most of the women worthless. The niggas too. Unless they got some God in them somewhere. Somewhere lost in that heart, in that mind. Some yearning for truth and honesty and the correct perspective. Because I do. Yeah, they sound so matter of fact because in real life it is a matter of fact. It's real. That's the matter of fact. You don't see it pretty crystal clear. Because you playing. But in fact, it is a matter of fact. That's why they sound so boastful. Because they got enough of you waving the Serapis flag, believing in Nimrod, have pledged to fraternities, pledged to different things that leads back to Antichrist. And you deny God this whole time. God ain't real. I'm going to do it like this. Be the first ones laughing in the chat room, but don't even understand where I'm at mentally because this is real. I'm not up at this late. I'll be asleep. I'm not up this late playing. No, this is real, G.
The idea that at the apocalypse, the world is going to be consumed by fire and sort of alchemically purified.
I told you. So all this alchemist stuff and all of this stuff, you make sure y'all know all this when it's time to bring it to the front of the class. You feel me?
You know, as if the world were being subjected to an alchemical furnace. And look, the lead of this world is...
Didn't I tell y'all you was put in the furnace? Watch this.
I would say...
That's why, hey, listen, pretty crystal clear. This is why it's a matter of fact.
You know, is adopted by Zoroastrianism from out of an older Mithraism. The idea that at the apocalypse, the world is going to be consumed by fire and sort of alchemically purified.
That's the reset. Alchemically purified. Didn't I tell you it was the melting pot? All of us so they blended us all together. There was a genocide. You do know there was a genocide. You know there was an alchemist test done right here while all of y'all towns and y'all people burned up.
If the world were being subjected to an alchemical furnace and the lead of this world is thereby transmuted into gold and beings...
The lead of this world is therefore transmuted into gold. The lead, and as it is a matter of fact, when they take the gold, you see, when they steal the people, you know, the gold, they'll never find the gold because they are the gold. Purified black gold. Press 1. Hit that like button and subscribe. That's why it's a matter of fact.
Their perfect forms and so forth, right? So this cross is the celestial equator and the ecliptic, and it's ashen because it's a reference to the apocalyptic consumption of the world by fire and the purification of all beings thereby. So that's the initiation rite for the grade of the soldier, and there may indeed be a etymological connection there.
So this is fascinating because
they all sold their souls and pledged and committed themselves to a specific mindset by way of Catholicism and this way of thinking and military religion. That's why you believe military religion. This is a free nation. But you believe in this. You support everything that they've been doing this whole time.
Flipping through
every holiday,
the Zoroastrian text, the Zendavesta. I was going to say Gothas, but it's not. This is Zendavesta. And all of a sudden, I'm reading through it for the first time, and I'm thinking this is a monotheistic religion, and there's just Ahura Mazda and Angkor Wat. All of a sudden, I get to a page and it says Mithra, the mediator. What is going on? And there's Mithra again. So Mithra being a mediator plus the morning star. If you go to the Bible, what is Jesus? The mediator, also titled the morning star. And but so I don't know. We can argue about how Christianity came about, if Jesus was a real person or not. That doesn't matter at all. What matters is, but by the time it gets to Constantine, he's taking the rights of Mithra. And I want to hear what you think about this. He's obviously taking the rights of Mithra, the December 25th. And I think he had a decision to make. He had to make an executive decision. Look, we're split. Our soldiers, they need a religion. They're not going to go out and fight for us if they don't think they're going to die and go to a heaven for their honor for dying. And that's one of those things that you hype up your soldiers with. So you got these Christian soldiers, you got these Mithraic soldiers. How do we bring the two together? I think Constantine would be masterfully brought the two together by bringing the rights in.
Look, this is what year is this? If you smart and you hear what he's saying, good. If you hear what he's saying, what is he saying? What time period is this? Who would be Constantine, who merged the right and got them all together? Christians and Mithra believer. Who is that? Who's the only person who done that? Through the theatrics of it all. They don't know the title, so they made it a religion. There you go.
Also, split.
Damn. You're going to have to break that down, Amanda. I love to
soldiers,
hear that perspective.
They need a religion. They're not going to go out and fight for us if they don't.
The Pope? That's a hell of an answer. I would say Adolf Hitler. Controlled by the you're absolutely right. But that phase in time. Good way to stay with me. Thank you very much, Black. You stay right there. Stay right there.
I don't think they're going to die and go to a heaven for their honor for dying.
I told y'all. Remember, I told y'all to go back and watch what? The Man in the High Castle. Hitler said, I'm going to live forever. They was like, y'all don't even know. This what this shit is all about. It was like, we live in their, yeah. Those soldiers and swastikas and shit came home with different clothes on and all that. That's crazy, G. And they tore down an old statue and built this shit y'all got right there. And I'm looking like, damn. Somebody said the first council of Nicaea. Look, 1933. Look, I like this. I like this. Stay within the realm. Stay within that realm when you're thinking about it. Don't go all the way back, but take their concepts and bring them on in. You got me? Just like that.
Hear what you think about this. He's obviously taking the rights of Mithra, the December 25th.
The rights of God.
I think he had a decision to make. He had to make an executive decision.
Think of it in law.
We're split. Our soldiers, they need a religion.
You got all these people.
They're not going to go out and fight for us if they don't think they're going to die and go to a heaven for their honor for dying. And that's one of those things that you hype up your soldiers with. So you got these Christian soldiers, you got these Mithraic soldiers. How do we bring the two together? I think Constantine masterfully brought the two together by bringing the rights in, but also applying the scriptures of the Christians and making this sort of universalist religion. What do you think about that?
Boom.
Obviously the case. Look, first of all, Mithra is born on what became Christmas. Okay, number one. Mithra is born on the winter solstice, which was then shifted due to...
Look, Amanda's exactly right. Christ is an heirship, a title, that being a false religion on Christianity. Perfect. They turned the natural heirship title into a all religion for, like, that's, and the religion that they chose got you thinking you worship this and but you worship myths and Campos Mentos, the dream world.
Cylindrical changes.
The
right?
dead gods.
To where Christmas is. Mithra was born of a virgin.
Look.
The Mithrists celebrated a communion where they drank wine, which, by the way, their wine was spiked with Amanita muscaria mushrooms.
Look at them.
Which grow under what kind of trees? Evergreen trees.
Remember I called
What's
them,
the color?
where did the Smurfs live? Right by mushrooms, remember?
Scheme of Amanita muscaria mushrooms, red and white, and then the evergreen is green. Well, there's the Christmas color scheme. Okay, actually that's 4 right there. Okay, and by the way, also in that communion feast, they would eat bread that was circular in form and inscribed by a cross. Here's your communion wafer, and also the breaking of bread, right? You know. And then you have all of the iconography of the bishops and the cardinals and so forth, you know, with these tall hats that they wear. Well, this is preservation of the Phrygian cap.
Oh my goodness, pretty crystal clear. I apologize. Well said. Sir, wrap us like in a flag. Like, wrap us in a flag. That's why the wrap, I get where you went. I get what you're saying. But you're going to call it in. I get exactly what you mean. High probability. 4th of July shit.
Red Mithraic cap. And then the robes, even, you know, the red robes and so forth. Those were the robes of Mithraic Magi.
There it is right there.
Right?
Look, those are the robes. Look at the hat. Y'all call those witch hats and all of this. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, there are actually mosaics showing the 3 Magi coming to the birth of Jesus, and they're wearing these, you know, Mithraic caps and robes. Red caps and robes. Which is another thing, right? I mean,
it's so obvious.
Look, why do you have 3 Magi coming to the birth of Jesus? And by the way, I think that people who try to take that as evidence for some kind of a Zoroastrian influence on Christianity are mistaken. These were Mithraic Magi who appear, whether you want to take that story as literal or not or whatever,
right?
Even if it's a literary device, the intention is to depict Mithraic priests, because at the time of the supposed birth of Jesus, you had the Parthian Empire in power in Iran, and the Parthians, unlike the Achaemenids before them or the Sasanians,
and look at Iberia right there, Albania.
After them, the Parthians were Mithraists. They were not Zoroastrians. So, you know, the Magi at that time in Iran, to be a Magus, meant to be a Mithraic priest. So you have these Mithraists coming, you know, at the birth of this character. And then, you know, when you start to get into the other thing I forgot to mention is baptism was also practiced in Mithraism in connection to Anahita, the water goddess Anahita.
Yeah.
So you have all of these elements of Mithraic ritual. I mentioned the initiation into the grade of the soldier earlier. All of these elements of ritual and initiation and so forth that were borrowed.
So they took the honor of a particular title and split it between themselves and started baptizing each other and preaching as if they were mediators between them and God and praying over people, grabbing their heads and all of these things when they have no power whatsoever to do nothing. They all start walking across the stage, talking about as if they're in that position of Jesus the Christ. Yet, all of them have pledged an allegiance to those who murdered Jesus the Christ. Man, you don't find that interesting?
From Mithraism straight into Christianity. But then when you get into the more esoteric teachings,
so you guys' teachings in these different religions, you guys are federalized and are military and are pledged, and you are wrapped in the flag because you are Serapis, a nation of devils, once again, who have ideologically and illegally subverted this nation and plundered its riches so that its natural organic people of the nation can't even eat a piece of bread. Everybody disguised as white people in America, but really here by way of the United Nations, Ellis Island. You have no right to tell a Mexican to go home when you're a Mexican. Every one of y'all should be out there fighting for the Mexicans, but not me. Every one of y'all should be fighting them. And give us our right. We want illegal immigration. Go ahead. You already got the Ukrainians, which is you again. You already got, like Donald Trump said, it's a whole lot more than Mexicans coming through that line, which is you again. So y'all just taking the money and giving it to your friends and telling them, come on. We probably murdered 300,000 black people this year. Roster's ready to go. Bring them in. Press 1. All their numbers is right here. All their property ready to go. They was drug dealing only. Press 1.
Attributed to Jesus and the Gospels, you also find, Mithraic metaphysics and essentially secret doctrines that far predate Christianity and that you find, in Parthian Iran and, perhaps going back even further.
Here's one right now for you. There is a poet, and you probably might know the name. I can't think of his name right now, but it's somewhere in like the 2nd or 3rd century BC, maybe even closer to the 1st, maybe early, like whatever. But he wrote a story about Mithridates VI having been his birth being signified by a star from the east, saying, "Here, a Messiah is going to be born." And they said they had a genealogy, I guess, was written out that brought his genealogy from, on one side of his family, Alexander the Great, who everyone is like a world, like everyone, that's like the greatest it gets. And then on the other hand, Cyrus the Great from Persia. So here we have this Mithridates character whose name literally means Mithra's abode, I think, right? And he is being told as the star in the east, signifying his birth, world Messiah.
Look, they talking about a black person being born into the world. They talking about the return to Christ. They don't took it and turned it into a religion. They don't took a natural and turned it into an allegorical and something for the world to believe in for future prosperity by way of war. This is what they believe in.
It can't get any closer than that.
So a few things about that. By the way, the name Mithridates or Mehrdad in the original Persian means either given by Mithra or Mithra's justice, Mithra's law.
Told you. That's what all this is about.
The word data is where we get the word data from in English. Our word data comes from the Persian data. And data means literally the given, but figuratively law. Wow. And so it's Mithra's law or Mithra's justice. And a bunch of Parthian kings had this name, Mithridates. It was a very popular name for the Parthian kings in particular. And then Mithridates the second was that guy who fielded the pirate navy in the Mediterranean that I was talking about earlier. He set up the Cilician pirates as a Black Ops Navy.
Let me see.
Mithridates the sixth, which is the one...
As a Black Ops Navy. Look how excited that he is. Because they cooped the whole Navy. They cooped the whole nation.
Listen, and then Mithridates the...
Listen, these characters are these code names for the military. Like Gog and Magog, they use that. I think that was George Bush and them. Mithridates
the second was that guy who fielded the pirate navy in the Mediterranean that I was talking about earlier. He set up the Cilician pirates as a Black Ops Navy. Wow. Mithridates the sixth, which is the one you were talking about, which they constructed a genealogy for him, that would bring together the Greeks and the Persians, saying he was descended both from Cyrus and from Alexander. That Mithridates the sixth is responsible for the Mithraic symbol of the skull and crossbones winding up on poison bottles, because he was infamous for assassinating people by means of poisoning.
The Poison
King. And the main symbol of Mithraism is actually the skull and crossbones.
Death.
Which is, by the way, how it wound up on pirate flags too, because the Cilician pirates flew this thing, in the Mediterranean at the time of the Roman Empire, and what the skull and the crossbones that Mithridates VI wound up, having associated with poison bottles in all of our minds. What it actually means is, again, the plane of the zodiac crossing the celestial equator, those are the bones. The bones are supposed to be separated by 23 degrees, exactly. And the skull over the bones, because what is this? This is time, right? It's cosmic time. Well, the skull over the bones is also a reference to time, namely as death. In other words, this cosmos is a meat grinder, right? Time kills. And so what this skull over the crossed bones is meant to suggest is that we live in the realm of time and death, governed by a figure that the Persians call Zorvan, or that the Greeks referred to as Kronos. Right? Saturn in his guise, not as a planet Saturn, but as the god of time, the lord of time. And the central, myth or teaching of Mithraism, the central mythic image of Mithraism, which is also the core teaching of the religion, is the idea that Mithra shows us a path to overpowering the Lord of Time. Okay, so Mithra supposedly is able to transcend the earthly realm, stand out over the planet, and shift the earth, thereby changing the zodiacal age, right? And overpowering the Lord of Time, namely Zorvan or Kronos.
Now, I'm going to stop it right there. Somebody said, is King George Washington the root organic storyline to Jesus Christ and the others? Fresh West. Good question. Yes.
That's the central teaching of Mithraism, is how to overcome the power of time and death and not be subject to fate. Because,
But took you so long, chap? That's a hell of a question. Is the George Washington theme, is that not the allegory, the natural, the living? Yes. Is so if wait, George Washington would be the natural living form character of this allegoric. Yes. Yes. George is Christ or was Christ. We're gonna get in. Listen, that was Fresh West question. You're gonna have to call it in now. 424. You're gonna have to call it in. These are great questions, bro. Yes.
You know, the Greeks and pretty much all other ancient people saw the movement of the stars as the as visible fate, basically.
Did they take his crown and disperse it to everybody on Earth? Did they say George Washington gave his estate to the indentured workers, and then they all yes? Did George Washington free the slaves? King George? Yeah. Did he offer emancipation to foreigners who can live in peace and work and take care of their families? Yes. All of this. He gave it to his country, but I'm saying that when they stole it, he gave it to the freemen, but that's their story. He gave it to the slave. This ain't Jerry Springer. See how significant that is? Jerry Springer gave his estate back to the black people. No. George, y'all need to make sure George Washington's estate is returned back to the heirs. So, glory to God.
A testimony to the fact that we have no free will and our lives are governed by these, merciless and unchanging celestial forces. Well, there was one phenomenon in the ancient world that once it was noticed was an exception to that celestial regularity, and that's the precession of the equinoxes. So these people got it into their heads that Mithra is responsible for the precession of the equinoxes, and what that
this is why you're out of your mind, because you took on this belief system of stars. This is why airship and names and stuff is so important. That when they're in power, you are lost in Mithraism, Egyptian Mithraism again. This one, again, no matter where you lead, it's a door right back into the same mystic practices that got you in this situation. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Is Mithra shifting the axis of the world as a basically testimony to the fact that we can have power over the Lord of time.
Boom. So if you believe in the equinox, if you believe in the equator, if you believe in the earth and the star, all of these things the stars is moving, you believe in this stuff. This is what makes it real. None of that shit is real. God told you don't pay attention. It's written, don't pay attention to none of that stuff. Don't get to worshiping things in the heavens and get lost in time.
Who's responsible for the movement, the regular movement of the planets and the stars.
Now you stuck. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air, what up?
What's up with you, King?
What's up, Jack?
Fresh West.
What up, Fresh West?
What's going on, man?
What made you think what made you think of that, man?
Shit, man, it's been on my brain for a minute. I didn't want to jump off the tree so fast, you know what I'm saying? But I've been listening to you and everything just been kind of lining up. But I'm trying to get where the name Jesus came from, but then now that you're showing us Serapis in these different plays and how they manipulated the Christian version, you know, they really got everybody fooled, but the Christian believers, the way they fooled is through the Jesus play and things like that. So it's like, oh, okay. So I just figured that all the storyline still is lining up with George. It's not lining up with nobody else but his storyline. But he was the only one that actually walked on this earth that we know of. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I came up.
That's why they be asking these questions. Well, where's Moses buried, or where's this person buried? They don't know where all these other stuff is buried, but it's because of the allegorical point of view that has people misled. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like it's shit deep though, man. Like you the coldest to do this for real, my guy, for sure. Yeah, he pretty much, his whole storyline is like the Jesus storyline. Like it's crazy how that all correlates, but the most important part is it explains how it's coming out the heirs. So that shows you that it was somebody here that was living and was king. So that would still be on this land. Somebody
was George on this land?
Yeah, he was the father of the land. He breathed earth. I mean, it's crazy. It's like he almost I don't know. It's crazy.
He gave you his sovereignty. Go ahead and say it. He breathed life into the people. What were they before that?
Right.
He tied them to the land.
Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy right there.
Gave them a piece of the pie.
I was trying to break down how that because everything is like theology. It's theoretic. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
It's from some kind of metaphor.
Yeah, metaphors and metaphysics. The dead land, the dead language, the land of nothing. That's what we call it. Go ahead.
So when they talking about Jesus coming out, he coming out the air, not the air of airplanes and spaceships. He coming out of the bloodline, the air to the throne.
So explain that to the classroom. They listening to you. So you saying he won't be coming out from this perspective, from an organic perspective. He won't be coming out the air as an allegorical concepts and illustration. He'll be coming out of the air, meaning the specific bloodline and heir to the throne and kingdom of whatever that's entitled to. Go ahead.
Correct. That's why you got my vote, my guy. You got the Gillespie name, and you got the sauce. So, I tilt my hat.
The sauce.
And I've been watching.
Sure.
You got the sauce. You got the glow, G. You got the glow. For sure.
My man, crazy. But yeah, man, I've been on this for a long time, and that's what I said. Like, people thought I was playing at first. I'm not playing. No, this knowledge is too much
playing.
to play.
I thought you was playing back about 3 years ago too, Asian shit. But nah, I mean, I believed in you for real, my guy, because you got me back in my spirituality. You know what I'm saying? Balancing myself correctly.
I feel you.
You feel me? So that's how I knew that you was real, because I was rocking with you before I even knew the Black George Washington and all that storyline.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
right.
I know you can way of presenting things to our people, and that shit real. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with you, folks. You know what I'm saying, for that shit.
Fresh West. It's good to hear your voice, champ. Anything else?
One more thing, man. I got I used to do music. I still do it a little bit, but I've been more on focusing on, tightening up a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? I done fell back on the music, but in the same sense as in me. And I got a track that I made. You know what I'm saying? What you be talking about in the classroom. I
Oh,
just
okay.
wanted
Send
you
it to me. I
wanted
can
you
play
to
it when
check
I'm
it out.
on break. Or when I go on break, I can use it as a drop or something and play independent music that's conscious and stuff like that. And that folks like you allow me to play to the people. Hell yeah.
All right, push up, my guy. Send it over to you.
Hit me up, man. Fresh West in the building. Good looking, champ.
For sure.
My man. Or nothing. See, that's as long as he understand. We was said we was the bloodline is very specific, and that's what had me like, damn. So George, so that's what sent me into that national treasure mode, like Nicolas Cage. I just want to know. I'm looking for something specific. Don't know what the fuck I'm looking for, and how important it is. But my spirit got me going. You feel me? So I've learned to just ride it out and enjoy the ride, you know? And here we are. That's where we at. And we talking about a false sense of Christianity, a merging of them all, a play on words. Constantine, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth. These are all code words, military code words. Now you're understanding their language. That's the hidden secret in the hidden language. This is military code word. We are POWs, not slaves. We're prisoners of war. Yeah, we got to get free by speaking. If you can't speak and be serious, catch me on Coffee and Kush at TV in the morning fooling around. Hit that like button and subscribe. This. You see how easy it is for them to talk about it in this manner? I need the same effort on this end of individuals who are able to speak about it from our perspective. We black. We Bebe's kids.
So that is there's so much to unpack here because there's an archetype here that seems to fit in a bunch of different cultures. And
that's what I said. Limestone George, follow the yellow brick road, limestone, Wizard of Oz, you the gold, follow the names. You'll find the truth. Press 1, follow the name. I'm on a different level. Yellow brick road. Hours. Dolls report. Dolls. Because if we the gold and we the commodity, yeah, you'll find the truth. The Wizard of Oz, Limestone George. The truth is, you wouldn't be able to handle that truth.
There's this idea of going against.
And Limestone George is George Washington Gillespie.
So you got.
Then you got Washington,
Zeus,
Oregon, California. He founded all of these
and
things.
Now the Gnostic religion of Christianity.
Facts.
There's the demiurge.
That's why Walter Plecker took the name George Washington Gillespie. And that's when Adolf Hitler became king. You got me? Are we talking prosthetics here? Stay with me, champions.
Whatever. There's like a million different Gnostic religions, but you also got Jesus.
Y'all just fell into their history.
The law.
And they never thought about nothing, never
questioned nothing. So there's sort of like
nothing.
this anti-status quo thing going on there.
You sort of need that name. This name is very important.
Dionysus.
That's why Francois is. Never mind. I'll just play it.
He's sort of a troublemaker. What is this sort of an archetype there?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And the thing about Mithra is that he's the oldest version of the archetype, older even than Prometheus. And I'm convinced. I mean, look, I've just launched this whole movement, Prometheism, right? Which frankly actually goes back to Prometheus and Atlas. I mean, I sort of developed a more explicitly political manifesto form of it.
And they said Kev can't get a think tank. I can't get black women and black men to think on this level and come together. Me, I'll do it by myself if I can't, but I don't believe I can't. I don't believe people will really sit back and be like, nah, this is too good. It's too good to pass. This is good work. It's that good work. This is good eating over here. This is that good work. Joe Rogan ain't got shit on our knowledge, bro. He said he finna start a Prometheus. He started him a Prometheus thing, bro. I don't know I don't know what else to tell you.
The book Prometheism, but really my focus on Prometheus goes back to my first book, Prometheus and Atlas. But in any case, when you go back through the history of mythology, you see that, first of all, Mitra is an older figure than Prometheus. But secondly, the symbolism, the iconography, and the meaning behind the myths of Mitra and of Prometheus are so similar that I've come to be convinced they're the same figure.
Ah, my goodness. And that's where I'm going to leave it right there. 424-209-9506. You see that question? See, George Washington Gillespie, that name goes to Thomas Jefferson Gillespie, Abraham Lincoln Gillespie, all of these different names that were stolen out of this specific bloodline that you call president. But from a Rockefeller type of education. Just all look like French Gillespies, but without the last name. So dead. I mean, if you don't have your last name, you're dead. You don't have a name. And then we can take that. That's how you cut the heads off of Negroes and decapitate them. You destroy their last names. Every one of us had 3 names. But they cut the heads off of the last names and stole it and inverted the storyline. So you got to really focus and grab them allegorical stories as we go on this trip. Hit that like button and subscribe. 424-209-9506. I'm not just saying Gillespie for no reason. I don't just say John 16 for no reason. I don't get frustrated and mad that niggas is playing for no reason. There's a reason behind that. And I don't niggas be like, take it easy. I can't. Don't slack. Don't slack. So if you don't know I told y'all our names and stuff was in the book of life, in the Bible, written. They removed all of that, burnt all the books that had your property, overthrew the banks, flooded it out, all that. Took the money, the gold, all that. You went through a horrible genocide, a Holocaust, by people who believe in the organic chemical reaction to organic tissue burning. That's why. And for their God, you need to be sacrificed to Baal or Mithra or whatever God this stuff is. But easy name, Satan. Just like the Bible said. And they stand convicted. The real God of this Bible, oh my goodness, they know judgment is coming. They know. It ain't no reset. It's an ass whooping. Press 1. It ain't no reset. You lucky that wasn't the sun that just ran past the earth to burn your dumb ass up. You just don't know. You just don't know how close your ass is. This big old red sun, red moon just flying around the earth, and y'all just, I don't know why it's that color. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air.
Hey, it's Brittany.
Brittany, what's up?
Not much. So just based off of this evening,
Yes.
All right, sorry, just bear with me 1 second.
You good?
So we're talking about, okay. The Matrix said this is about Zion, right?
Yes.
This is about saving Zion from destruction. This is about saving a nation from destruction.
Yes. Well, where did they say that? You talking about the architect telling Neo what it was? The truth about it?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
And Zionism is establishing a homeland for Palestine,
for the Jews.
Those who say they are Jews but are not. Yes. And all of that was done through the Balfour Declaration, where American and British ministers convened to separate state from church.
Got you. You're right.
Basically, to pervert the church through orthodoxy, right? And Kabbalah, the Kabbalah, basically.
Yes.
And go to war with America. So, and we're also talking prosthetics.
Yes.
All right, so one of the main figures of the Balfour Declaration is Herbert Samuel. And he was the president of the World Zionist Organization. So he was head of what they were establishing as Zion, which would be a part of Israel, the corporation.
Right.
And he also gained the title of Viscount Samuel, which appeased policies of Adolf Hitler. And you were asking, how did Adolf Hitler become king?
Wow.
Of Zion. And I think I'll stop there for now.
Okay. Thank you for calling that in. Shout out to you, Brittany, once again. Sears 2025. Pay attention. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I don't even know what that is. Don't just type stuff in my chat room just randomly and just you gotta say more than that. Come on, Brittany. You supposed to say more. Come on, Brittany. Come on. Why you all stop? Why? Why stop? Why stop? Why you gonna leave it there for right now? Why put off tomorrow what you can do now? It was a nice build up. Why stop? I forgot where you was going. Now I'm confused. Press 1. Now I'm confused. I'm trying to be as real with my audience as I can. Tell us. Let me know. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. Oh, wait up. 80%. I don't know why you can turn it off. All right, here we go. Go ahead, what up? Wait a minute. Are you there? All right, cool. Yes.
I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. I stopped because I didn't go this far when I was looking into it, and I didn't know if I wanted to go this far into it. But we recently just also had, well, they say that we were having the fire in Halifax that was affecting pretty much northern East Coast
right
of the States, right? So, and that to me resembled the Halifax fires that was going on in the early 1900s as well. There was the big Halifax fire that happened, and I remember I called and I was talking about how the gentleman who was cataloging the bodies from that fire was the son of the guy who created that system with the sinking of the Titanic. So that was interesting.
Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute. Say that again.
So the Halifax fire that happened in the early 1900s, the guy who was cataloging the wreckage and all the bodies that were coming in from the fire, he was the son of the guy who created that system of logging during the wreck of the Titanic. So that was father and son that were using that same system. And then we just had the Halifax fire again recently.
Didn't we just have a Titanic submarine just go missing?
Yeah.
Who they say was on there?
I need to look into that some more. Let me see.
One of the richest people over there, right?
Oh, on the Titanic? Yes.
No, on the we're gonna get
submarine?
We know the Titanic, but on the little submarine.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that some more.
Yeah, but go ahead.
But yes, so brought up Halifax because it was mentioning something about let's see here. It mentioned something about Lord Halifax when in relation to Viscount Samuel. So I thought that was interesting that is coming up again with the Halifax fire and the Titanic and the Halifax fire again. Right. And so, all right. So when I looked into Lord Halifax, that leads back to India again. And also Adolf Hitler.
Go ahead.
And Poland. So, sorry?
Go ahead, I'm listening to you.
Okay. Adolf Hitler and Poland and Czechoslovakia and Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
And British ambassadors to the United States. All that. The Lords of London. George Lloyd. And Lloyd George. So
and George Farmer.
And all of them again.
Yes.
So that's why I brought up the Balfour Declaration, because it all connects through Adolf Hitler, and you asked how did Adolf Hitler become the king? So that brought me back to when you were playing the clip about Matrix, talking about Zion and Zionism.
So their whole plan was to override to destroy Zion and for it to be repopulated. Go ahead.
Definitely. I think one of the videos earlier said to storm the church, or use the term like that, like to invade, right?
Yeah.
Through war, through violence, through genocide.
So when Neo wanted peace, that was like different.
Right.
Go ahead.
On a different level, definitely. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to bring up about that.
Well, thank you for that. Anything else?
No problem. No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, ended.
Well, most stuff. But yeah, holla at your boy. They wanted those people deleted. They needed those people deleted. Well said, Chemo. Talk to me. Call it in. Talk to me and call it in. What up? 424-209-9506. Yeah, you must not be here. We don't do that. We don't do that. Goodbye. Deleted it off the program. Bye-bye. I'm not doing that with these trolls any longer and people who just here to cause trouble and things of this nature. I'm not doing that. That don't happen here. Bye-bye, Crystal. You just like to talk and talk. Probably you like one of those people who like to talk about people rather than focus. You like to be the center of attention. So I don't even like women like that, let alone a damn chat room personality with an emoji face. Get up out of here. Do better. Do better next year. We talking about something too important for you to be just typing and just doing things just to do it. So anyway, you're not going into your time calling it in. So you're not allowed to just talk shit. Bye-bye. Give a fuck how pretty crystal clear you think you look. The submarine is gone. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? 424-209-9506. Taj, what up? Talk to me. Say something critical thinking. Say something dope, nigga. What up?
True. I had a quick question about the lucid trust.
The lucid trust?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Because when I looked it up, I came across somebody that I came across when I was looking into like the theosophy and stuff like that. The Alice Woods. She wrote a bunch of books about the Lucian Trust, and I'm sure if I start going through those ones, correct me if I'm wrong, but it'd be like the language, like that we break it down in the, as far as the metaphors and everything. But what is the connection to that in those books, if you know what I'm saying?
What?
Like Alice Woods and pretty much, because I went back and looked at her company. It was like Lucifer. It was like something to do with like Lucifer Books or something like that, Lucifer Printing or Publishing. And that being like, I'm making the connection, like Lucifer being the light bearer and the light being their way to come out of darkness. Remember we were talking about like Hermes and stuff like that. Like the Hermetic principles, and they came with the Hermetic principles, and they birthed all their splinter religions off of that. And I'm just trying to, I guess the question I'm asking is that trust being distributed through like those splinter religions like the Lutherans and the, you know what I mean, the Mormons and stuff like that, and that's why. Like they do, like they adopt.
Wait.
Is that how they're bringing in like the Title 42 people and able to put them in position?
What class you in? What trust are we talking? What trust are we talking here?
Which one you talking about? The Lucent Trust, or you talking
You.
about the
Which one?
Juve?
Which one you talking about?
I'm talking about the Lucent Trust.
Okay, what is that?
The Lucent Trust. What I'm gathering, like I haven't gone all the way in yet, but from what I'm gathering, that's why I had the question: is that the trust that came from the theosophy? Because the reason I asked that question like that is all of the religions that I'm finding, even like the Nuwapians and stuff like that, Scientology and all of that comes from theosophy. The Mormonism, all of that splinters off of theosophy and the things that we were talking about over the past few days.
Right.
And then when I seen the Alice Woods and her being the publisher of the books about the Lucent Trust, and I seen on the screen we were talking about the Lucent Trust
Right.
in connection with the UN. So what I'm asking is that how they're able to bring people in through the churches and Title 42 to benefit off of the trust? Are they benefiting off the trust through the churches, basically?
That's it right there. They're all Catholics, bro.
Yeah. All right.
That's what we've been discussing.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't off.
No. The church and how many Catholics is in the Senate, the House of Representatives, and things of this nature?
Oh, they all are, bro.
Okay, so how many of them have Germanic descent? Where do they come from?
Or you talk about the ones with the they Lutherans and stuff like that.
Where do they come from? What's their bloodline? They Germanic.
Yes, sir.
Okay, they won the war and became Americans.
Trust indeed. I get it fully now.
Okay, and so the Lucis Trust is the minor estate. The George Washington estate is the major. You can't have.
Yo, I get it. That's why they had the Jubilee Trust. That's
Bingo.
why he was playing that thing, the Jubilee Trust.
You got it.
Which is the major estate. All right, I'm following.
No, now tell me now. Let me move this away. Now it makes sense to you why they don't honor the Jubilee, because it goes back to the who. If you honor the Jubilee, it goes back to who? Who does the land go back to?
It go back to the king, and the king, it go back to the
goes to the heir.
It all go back to the king. It's all up under the king.
It goes to the heir.
Or alloidial titles. It
Dingo.
goes back to the landowners.
It goes back to the landowner.
Owner, pardon me.
It goes back to the king.
The one. Yes, sir. Got you.
There's a 0.1 chance that nigga would even know who the fuck who he is. And that's what they banking on. They don't have to honor the Jubilee because the people are ignorant to their king. And the Son of Man must be raised up, as the Bible say. If the people raises him, they recognize, they understand. It's a long wait for those moments in history to understand this person has an ordained walk from birth. Right there. You see? And so that person will have the spirit that's spoken about in John 16.
Trust indeed.
Okay, so that's the real estate. That's the real estate. Heir to the throne.
I understand. I follow you completely.
So, an heir of that bloodline, a return. When Jubilee comes, it goes back to the heir.
Yes, sir, the Redeemer.
So they don't
The
have,
Redeemer.
they don't, because that's the only one who can redeem the what?
Redeem the trust.
And salvage,
land.
and salvage what?
The people.
Bingo. Who are lost where?
At sea.
In a what kind of state?
In a dead state.
In a perilous state. Or dead state.
Perilous.
And who put them
Yeah.
in that state? Who put them in that state of mind?
Well, you can say the Catholic Church.
Oh, okay. The Indo-Aryans?
There you go.
Followers of who?
Serapis. Or
And,
Nimrod. Or whatever
and
you want to say.
keep going. What's another one? We just called on them today.
Mithra.
Bingo.
We got Mithra,
There you
Baal, Moloch, Jupiter, Hades, Pluto, any planet that's in the sky.
How do you come out of that? Born dead, black in law. How do you defeat those odds? There's only a 0.1 chance of an individual even thinking about coming out of that type of sleep. You feel me? And then let alone that individual trying to wake the next individual up. I mean, everybody's caught in the same theosophy, correct? Theologian, no matter what they believe in, right?
It's different angles, but it's the same. It's the
So
same exact thing.
if a person came with the truth, who would be against them?
Literally everybody that wanted the lie to stay up. Everybody that wanted to uphold the lie. And even those ignorant people who didn't know any better. Because they think that, you know what I mean? They want to keep the status quo. Anybody that wants to maintain the status quo, pretty much.
So do they really want out the matrix?
Most people know. Most people know. They're not aware. They're not truly aware what the matrix, how the matrix is built up around them. So you know what I mean. You're ignorant to that fact. You can't really. You know what I mean. It's hard to want for something that you don't know is existing.
You know, the matrix is the womb.
Indeed.
You know that, right?
I remember you taught me that. Yeah, you taught me that.
So if you dead in the womb, what that mean?
Stillborn. You come out.
Caught in the matrix. Yeah, all that mean you caught in the matrix. You dead in the womb. But the Father knew you before you was in the womb. That's why I laugh every day. Because this shit is crazy. You feel me? The Father knew you before you was in the womb. Them is natural bars, champ.
Yeah, bro. That's why you like, bro.
You understand that now, don't
bro.
you?
You already know. Yeah,
So,
I totally understand to a level I ain't understand before.
You ain't never heard that bar before, huh?
These past couple days, bro, it's been different. It's been different.
Hey, what's that dude in battle rap that say, I talk different? Oh yeah, the block captain. that boy got some pain in his heart. I just sit there and say, I don't know where this trauma comes from, but Lord have mercy. Jeez, I talk different, huh? I like that. I like that.
Man.
Yeah, so the Tower of Babel, the Babylon, is what? What's the religion? To be able, is it really ready to coexist in peace, or is it to go to war against God?
That's it. That's what they built the Tower of Babel for, to strike God and his angels.
But what did Apocalypse say, which is the black sun? Again, what did he say at the end of X-Men Apocalypse? Or when he said you can build all your weapons from the Tower of Babel, but you can never do what?
You're gonna need a bigger house.
But you can never strike God. No matter how many calculations, no matter what you can quantify, no matter what time immemorial, no matter where you throw him in the space and time, and discombobulate his children, his son, his daughters, all over the place, they gonna figure it out. That's the mind of God there. To be born and given nothing, no knowledge and wisdom. Don't even need Prometheus, because God will give it to you if you keep the faith. You don't no need to if you keep the commandment. Now look at all the fraternal people out there who don't took an oath and a pledge to gain knowledge within orders of nothing. And Mr. Gillespie flying all around the place, knowledge-wise, not afraid, free from the bondage of fear of any thing that they can conceive or they scared of, obviously. Press 1. Nipsey Hussle say either I'm genius or you niggas are scary. And press 1. I second that motion. Either I'm genius or you niggas are just scary. You know. Anything else, champion?
Yeah, I did want to bring up something real quick.
Go ahead, just real quick.
Talking about like that Balfour thing that you and Brittany was talking about.
That Balfour?
Yeah, like leading into like the mandate Palestine and everything like that. Like from 1917 to 1920. So they had to come from, they got that money from, that's where the money from the second Liberty Bonds went there.
Where did it come from?
The second Liberty Bonds, the second Liberty Bonds Act, that was 1917. Right at the same time when they wrote that letter, like at the same time, that's when they collected the money.
Where did the money go to?
And
when you say you know where they got the money from, where did they get the money from?
They got the money from the people of this land. They got the money from America.
Yes.
And they said, and that's where, like, I get it now. Because you had said it the other day, and like when you said it, it made perfect sense now. And then with the Dawes plan, and it rolls, and like everything rolls, you can see everything played out right in front of you. And they had the war going on here because the people, like the children of Mithra, was rocking the Smurf hats, the Chargers or whatever, and that's what what Manifest Destiny. That's what Manifest Destiny was.
Who was that? Who was that? Who was Manifest? Who was that?
Manifest Destiny, Lady Columbia.
Yeah.
Lady Columbia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like I see the whole timeline in the.
Whose wife is that? That's Nimrod's wife. What's Nimrod's wife's name?
Semiramis.
Ah, the spirit of Semiramis. Go ahead.
Yeah, sheesh. And yeah, it just makes so much
sense. My man says sheesh.
Yeah, bro, because it just hit me like, wow, bro. And man, yeah, bro, because I'm seeing it in time now, bro. Like you went from the slave hat to rocking the crown. I see it now. And when you started rocking the crown, because they made that, I want to say the Statue of Liberty was like a national monument, 1924. So you know what I mean? That's around the time that they probably was like winning at that point, and they were like, hey, this is the gate right here. Y'all can all come through this gate. But yeah, I'm seeing it, bro. But you know, I'm gonna fall back, bro. I appreciate your time. Yo.
My man. Sounds like the gates of hell. Press 1. Could be the gates of hell. Hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Could be the gates of hell if you ask me. Facts. Floodgates. Just destroy it all, dude. Come on. That's that flashpoint in the Man in the High Castle when all them immigrants start flooding in underground tunnels and shit. Facts. I was surprised anybody would even, but that's the same guy who wrote Minority Report, what is a movie about the 14th Amendment and you and the 94 crime bill and gang injunction and walking together will get you a predetermined crime. Everything you lived, predetermined, run a name. Look like you a criminal. I'm suspecting you of being a damn criminal. Get your hands behind all this. You know, you was about to do something, all that. That's all Minority Report, 94 crime bill, Joe Biden shit. And he's writing all of these films in this way. So you got to wake up. You got to wake up. So if that's it, I'm going to end the show right here. We're going to talk more Prometheus and such in the morning. We're going to talk more genealogy, more conversation first thing right after Coffee and Kush morning show. I'll see y'all in the morning. Hit that like button, subscribe, sign up to the Patreon, of course, patreon.com/KevGillsTV, or donate to Gills Gang on my Cash App.
That was question number one, nigga. Looking at the legend I become, nigga. I can't help but feeling like I am the one, nigga. Remember I was on the run, nigga. Couple years before you had a son, nigga. Opened up your doors and kept it one with me. Held a nigga down and that was love, nigga.
That was love, nigga. Nobody wanna stand in front of drugs, nigga. Yeah.
Make you think of better days like when you was with it.
Yeah.
Standing on the couches in the club with us.
Yeah.
Then I got my shot, I had to run with it. Out the gate, lost count many days. In the studio we slayed, but this shit we gotta say. Staring in the space as you fishing for a phrase uninspired. And your mind still is all a paper chase. First you over dedicate, then you notice that you great. And you been the whole time, and it slap you in your face. Then you stacked it in your safe, got it cracking, it was fake. Now you the definition, nigga, laughing to the bank. I'm a master of my fate. Plus I'm the type of nigga on the masters to my tapes. I'm in Nevada for the day. I caught a flight from Philly, we just sold out TLA. Fresh up off the stage, on my way to B of A. AMB, we LA, tryna eat, we the way.
Yo, we got let's be the great.
Never talk, I had a drink, I just lead to the lake.
Come on.
It's 80-something degrees in LA. Fucking time to put some jet skis on the lake. Look, I got a team at my bank. I don't even need an ID at the bank. It used to be a dream I would chase. I know Jay Stone and Copy Supreme can relate. I know the whole team can relate. I know Evan McKenzie and Brian Lees can relate. Cornell Saddam,
Adam and the Bronze.
Stephen Donaldson and Black
Know I'm on this marathon.
Ballin' since my brother used to hustle out the Vons. Couple 100,000 up,
I took a shovel to the lawn.
No exaggeration for the content of my songs.
When I went to get it back, shit, a couple grand gone. Molded. You can ask mom.
Had to plug and blow dry for the ones that we can wash.
Facts. Salvage a little bit. Young Kev give shit. Pressure on my shoulder. I'm gonna deal with it. Say it's uncomfortable when you transition. But it's all beautiful cause I'm getting rich in it. And it start killing shit. And they all witness it. Money grow faster than niggas can't finish it.
Open more businesses with you and your niggas that's watching your vision.
Get money.
Get money. We up in boards. Number one. And they wishing that we working yours.
Buff Daddy. Oh, he's the best ad-lib guy ever. Press one. You gotta hit that like button. I love that about my show. I love that about my transitioning process, where I'm going now, where we headed as a collective. If you choose to, doesn't matter to me. If you choose to come to class, that's on you. If you choose not to, you choose to fake it till you make it. You press it one from. That's no longer of my concern. KevRow at night is official every night right here at 5:30 Pacific time. That's so the East Coast can watch Kev Gills too before they go to bed and get ready for the work. See, I had to learn something. Kev be operating in a whole nother dimension. Press one. I'll be operating. I like to be up early, ready to go, up before the sunrise and gone before before noon. You know what I mean? Just gone out of here. So that's what I set up for myself. I like where I'm going. I like where my show is going. I love the urban conservative. I love the information and the need for urban conservative outlook on today's political news and urban news and sports. So that's going to be great. Hope the bloggers over there, if any, but there's one or two, but I'm saying I hope y'all are ready over there because that page is ready to go, and God bless y'all for tuning in. Shout out to Deb. I want to give a shout out to Deb because this has been sitting in our face this whole time, and I've been watching people try to mislead the classroom or whatnot with all type of little obstacles they got for the professor and the students. And we persevered through a lot of it. As y'all can tell, I no longer got time for it. I'll be in my own little world. I like my private time. When the internet go off, I like my time, you know, and it's time. I've been in work mode for a long time and trying to get to a point where I ain't trying to be working so hard, you know what I'm saying, to be let down so much. It wasn't balancing out, it was affecting my my working. But sometimes I didn't even want to get on the computer. Sometimes I didn't want to get on the computer. Didn't even want to come to class because I'm like, why? Why every time you know what I'm saying, got my little role going, I'm doing my thing, it's going to be something. And I had to realize, man, a few things. I'm not going to discuss that like right now, but I had to realize a lot of things about YouTube, about myself, and about people. And the level of intellect I'm operating in and the level of intellect and comprehension levels other people are operating in. I have to understand it's the motherfucking world. The World Wide Web, of ensnared folk, So I want to give a shout out to Deb because Deb and Force Glory and Amanda, of course, because it's always reverts back to the law. Contraband camps, POW camps, slavery always reverts back to the law. And the three things that I want to pay attention to and need my students to focus on is always going to go back to the law. In the 1828, it's always going to go back to that because we watching the Legacy Abandoned. And we're watching these movies and these videos to comprehend why we are in this condition. So I appreciate y'all who are actually supporting this broadcast in ways that I can't get anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? So I came too far to worry about things that have happened in the past and worry about them. I'm talk shit, but I'm saying letting those type of things get to me. I cut off my time, and so that only important things and matters come into my perspective. My classroom as much as I can. It's hard to wake up as an entrepreneur, YouTuber, and have a peace of mind in a crazy world. You know, it's almost as if this world is actually set up for you to go crazy or something, for you not to have a stable mind, for you not to progress. And I'm speaking from a black man point of view. So if you see something I'm saying not true, I'm just speaking from my point of view. It's just almost as if, and this is why I remain like constant. I try to walk in love and light. And no, I do. Forget trying, I do. And for those people who know me, I do. So I hope people don't take too much of this information for granted. The contraband camps, did anybody do any research on that? Like right now, you see I'm changing how did anybody, because I got a show to do over here. I got 2 hours. Did anybody do research on that? The contraband camps. On the word contraband. If you go to the 1828, did any of my male students go over there to the 1828? Yeah. Kev done playing. Did anybody go over there? Because we talking about our persecution, our slavery, and we have found what I believe is the usurpation of our nation. And I'm where you at? Where y'all at? Because I don't want to daydream with you. Where you at? Did you guys look up these definitions? Because I don't want to play over here no more. No, because people ain't playing. We putting up great information, and it's almost as if y'all just left a nigga. Y'all just left a nigga, and I had to notice that y'all just leave a nigga. Not anymore, buddy. You just leave me. And then a lot of people be in my face, be right here in my motherfucking face, and don't even participate in my program. It's not happening. I've been doing this for too long. Be bringing the truth for too long. That's not happening. I love you, but nah. I realize, stagnation when you moving as a unit. I can do this shit. 2 hours in, 2 hours out. Like, Deb is great. Page full of knowledge. Contraband. Do we have any participant? Contraband. Do we have any participant? 424-209. I don't want your notes. I don't want your time. I don't want your love. I don't want your eyes. I don't want nothing. Just my work ethic, my information. Good morning to you, Tracy. Good morning to you. Ali, you got to call that in. Where we at? Where we at? Let me see. Where my Discord at? I'm finna take my class to another level. Fuck all that. Forget all that. What is it? What is it? Contraband. It's more than illegal trafficking, Ali. Come on, man. There's a whole list of things, which is why I say call it in. Y'all ain't fooling me no more. That's not acceptable. That's a half a note. that's a what you call that? That's incomplete. Right? That's incomplete. That's incomplete homework. What is contraband and how does it relate in law? How did that affect us is what I'm saying. Not just one thing. Not just one thing, not just illegal trafficking. You can look at the thumbnail to get that answer. Come on. You can look at the damn thumbnail to get that answer. What the fuck is this? Contraband. Put it in school format. What's going on? Put it in school format. How was y'all Father's Day? Great. I hope it was awesome. Even though I know it was full of shit. Press 1. Stay tuned. I know it was full of shit. Press 1. You ain't got to tell me. All of our Father's Days is full of shit. Press 1. It's full of shit. You ain't even know I'm not celebrating another nothing until Father's Day is restored. Press 1. I ain't serving it. Hell no. I ain't giving up nothing else. I promise. Until Father's Day is fucking restored, bro. Father's Day should be like Christmas around this motherfucker. Hell no. Y'all didn't get nothing, did you? I should change my show right now. Y'all didn't get nothing, did you? Press 1 until they give thanks to the Father. They ain't getting nothing. They don't love Adam and they don't love the Father any damn way. Don't worry. Mine was just as fucked up as yours, fellas. Long live the king. Press 1. You see my anger? I'm pissed off. I'm pissed. We don't get shit. Oh, we don't get shit. Woo. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Forrest Glory with her contributions for my Father's Day. That was lovely though. But you know, we don't get shit. Baby mama's neglectful in the motherfucker. Press 1. We gonna get to that. We gonna get to that over there on Coffee and Kush TV. Father's Day was the worst. It's the worst holiday on earth. Just get rid of it. Don't turn it into Christmas. I don't believe this. I'm making Father's Day great again. I'm going to give gifts and receive gifts on Father. Hell no. Baskets on every corner on Mother's Day, huh? There ain't no cologne tables out. Press 1. We finna get to that right after class, right after homeroom, right after. Right after
T-Lore.
Right after homeroom. Press 1. Oh, damn.
Forward Glory.
Forrest Glory, you on the air. What up?
Hey, so how are you? I wanted to call in and talk about contraband and just everything that you were talking about.
Anything you like, ma'am. Insane. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So, shout out to Miss Deb, of course, when she brought up contraband, because
Yes.
automatically I said, let me go to the 1828, let me see what it's talking about. And so looking at it from 1828, it does say it's prohibited. Contraband goods are such as prohibited to be imported or exported, either by the laws of a particular kingdom or state, or by the law of nations, or by special treaty.
Go ahead.
In times of war, arms and munitions of war are not permitted by one belligerent to be transported to another, but are held to be contraband and liable to capture and condemnation.
Oh my goodness.
The other one is, yes. So I do want to talk about that really quickly too. So if they are trying to go about it in a matter of law or finding loopholes, what a person who is trying, or a people that is trying to overthrow someone, you would put them in a state of peril or a state of war, so that you are then able to stake claim as anybody that is brought under you as property, or now we know contraband. So making it where you take a living soul, a living person, and make them property or chattel, to be passed off as gifts or written in
Charitable law?
in policy.
As a charitable trust?
Yes.
Oh
Okay.
my
Yes.
goodness.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir.
Giving away
Yes.
as a
Great way to put it.
charity?
Thank you for
Is
the
that
word.
is that children of Israel being sold for nothing? For not?
Okay, so it's, yes, thank
Okay.
you for that. Thank you. Yeah, so that's how I'm looking at it. And so then also it was saying illegal traffic. We know the prohibition of trading in goods that are contrary to law, the state or the nation. And so when I was looking at it, it was saying by the laws of the kingdom. Well, we know that you are not supposed to be, like you said, selling anyone, especially not the children of
Human
Israel.
trafficking is illegal
And
and it's
if you,
against the United Nations, against the convention, it's against their own
yeah,
law. It's against every law ever
and
created. And they want to make it sound
against,
so long
yes,
ago so you can't even bring it up. You're not thinking of yourself as contraband. You're thinking of yourself as a
exactly,
slave. No, you're contraband. And you
yes,
ain't,
sir,
hey, go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes. So then when I looked up contraband camps, I put in Google contraband camps in the 1900s. And what came up for me was Amnesty Proclamation.
Oh, my God.
And so I was like, well, I know what Emancipation Proclamation is, but I've never heard of the Amnesty Proclamation. So I looked up the words amnesty and the word proclamation. I want to give both of those. So amnesty in 1828, it says, of a neg, which it just says neg, and memory from the root of men's minds. So I'm assuming taking a memory from the root of men's mind, an act of oblivion, a general pardon of offenses that are subject against the government. So when I read that definition, it makes no sense to me how you would be able to say, I'm going to pardon us, or, by law, we're going to do this thing and be rebellious, and then blanket pardon ourselves so that we can't be held accountable.
Right.
In law, you cannot do that.
That's
You
right.
cannot make a council and say, oh, we're going to come in confederate against thee, and then after we overthrow and overtake everything, we're going to basically just write our offenses away by saying we are pardoned. That does not happen. And every wrongdoing, every unlawful thing must be judged. And so you have on what authority are you all doing this? Is what I would want
On
to ask
their
them. You have no authority
own
to pardon yourself.
authority. See,
Exactly, which is
that's
it's
like
nothing.
Jeffrey Dahmer. Well, I ain't gonna use him because he's questionable. That's like an axe murderer. Actually, is the judge, and he's saying, you know what? Last night I did these things, these bad, horrible things, but today I had to come to work, and guess what? Guess what I'm gonna do in my authority? I'm going to pardon myself. And you know what? I'm going to convict myself, but I'm going to suspend my sentence for life. Like, what the fuck did you do? That is impossible.
Right, you cannot do it. That is a gross abuse of fake power is what it is. You cannot do that. It's not at all. And so then I also looked up proclamation as well, and it says that it is a publication by authority. It's a declaration of the king's will openly published, and proclamations are a branch of the king's prerogative. Granted,
So they're using the king's prerogative? They're using George's prerogative?
Yes.
To do what they want to do is my prerogative. They took the king's authority, slaughtered his law, betrayed the king, slaughtered his law, then come and hold the law just to be amnesty, which is insane. That's abuse of authority, and you're not the king. If you're operating out of the king, then the king must be a parent. The heir must be, oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
If you're
So
operating, they're still operating out of that. They're still operating out of the king's authority. Go ahead.
Absolutely, yes. So it said too, that Andrew Johnson had issued, induced all persons to return. This is in that proclamation. It said that he induced all persons to return to their loyalty to the United States of America. So when I looked up loyalty in 1828, it says a fidelity to a prince or sovereign. So you're supposed to return back to. So you're saying you're ordering them to return. back to the sovereign.
Their honor,
but
their
you
oath.
killed off these people.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh,
Remember
my
when she
goodness.
said the crown was put on a
Yes,
corpse? There it
vacated.
is.
Oh,
It
my
was
goodness.
it was put
There
on
it is.
another body. It was a corporate
Yes, sir.
political
Yes,
body,
yes.
which
So it was
is advocated to
the
boom,
body
boom, boom.
politic.
There you go. Which we found out was
Yes,
we'll let
sir.
somebody else come up with that answer, but go ahead.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes. But I did want to, call in, and I just wanted to share really quickly because I did want to take my work break really quick just to call in because I said he said call in contraband, so I definitely wanted to share. And once I take my lunch, if you're still on the air, I probably will call in again. But I wanted to be obedient and call in that vocabulary word.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Have a good one.
Have a blessed day. Lord have mercy. That was a lot of info and a lot of correct terms. Again, you always need to revert back to the 1828. The 1828 is the Hebrew.
Not like this. Not like this.
The 1828 is the motherfucking blue letter, dude. Trust me, I'm smart. That's the real Hebrew. That's the blue letter. So it's important that we do this every day. Put this work in. So you became contraband. And you were illegally trafficked. Now, don't that sound like what happened to you in their slave story? But you can never make sense of it. Like we were trafficked from Africa, and then they had a civil war. Listen, when they made you contraband, this is when they got you. They got you in the contraband camps. Now we looking for prisoner of war camps, German camps. Guess what's in the news yesterday? This is woodtv.com. POW camps kept Michigan farms, factories afloat during World War II. And you're not making any correlation to that. That's not in your algorithm. That means you ain't thinking about it. That means it's in mine. It's in mine. It's all in my news feed every day. Something new. I'm gonna start posting it on my Patreon every day. Press 1. See, I want to tell y'all over there on Coffee and Kush, I had a dream about Charleston White, but I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save that because I wanna tell this story before I want y'all to know I had a dream about Charleston. And I don't dream. I have visions, nigga. Press. I just want y'all to know I had a dream about this nigga, and I can't not say I had a dream. So my title is I Had a Dream Speech. Yeah. A lot of shit, man. That's why I just been taking it easy. Living my life, being free from the drama, from the stresses of YouTube and all of this social media. Because I realized this shit, if you're not focused, people will knock you off your square. Like me, I need peace 24/7. Hit that like button and subscribe. I need peace 24/7. Ain't nothing supposed to go wrong when everything in my life is in order. Press 1, nothing. Ain't nothing but a goddamn axle broke on the car or a flat tire or some old dumb shit my AAA can fix. Press 1 because I don't know shit about it. And press 1. Other than that, my life is easy. My shit, I don't even know what to do, y'all. I just said, fuck it. Me and D-Jack said we gonna start a new company. Me and DJ ain't got shit to do. Me and DJ going to fucking his business. We're done. Fucking, what are we gonna do, man? We just thought of companies. How to make more money. Generate more revenue for everything we got going in our lives together and personally in our own lives. Just nigga want to hang out with me. There's new rules around this motherfucker. You gotta pull out. Fuck that shit. You gotta pull up, bro. Oh, bro. You can't be like Ringo TV. Press 1. You can't be like these people, bro. You got to be ready to go. We ready to go. That's my guy. We ready to go. He may not be up in class like this shit here I'm talking about, because who really is? And Kev got it. He show is coffee and kush, though. And nigga show is fraud department, though. Press 1. That's my dog right there. When he learn how to drive, I'm going to let him drive. Press 1. Yeah, nigga can reach the pedals or something. You feel me? I'll let the nigga drive, bro. Press 1. So you got to teach our brothers, especially our LA brothers. They like contraband. Yeah, that's what LAPD said I had. Yeah, you contraband. Not that you had it. You're contraband, sir. You is bought, sold, and you know what contraband is? Black in law. Nigga, if you black in law, you are a walking bag of marijuana. Press 1 of crack. Now I get it. Now I don't even dress like you niggas. Press 1, I make sure they know my sweatshirts are up to par. Press 1, my shoe. I ain't walking around like that, bro. Because they gonna think I got contraband or I am contraband. I got a warrant. Can't do it no more. And when you become contraband, they can human traffic you off to jail, to different states. This is all illegal. You are contraband. That's what made you a slave. That's what got you exported. You know who exported you? What's that ugly ass black lady that's on the cover of the movie, The Underground Railroad? Her, big bald headed ass with no hair in the back. Harriet Tubman, funny looking ass. Stop putting this bitch all on my shit. Fuck her. She was a worker of the Soviet Union. Press 1. That's why they love that broad, because she lured us on the boat, nigga. She lured a lot of black people into Underground Railroads, and all of her friends were white people who owned ships, who was getting their ass right up out of there. That's 1. I don't give a fuck about your feeling. Harriet Tubman ain't did shit for Mr. Gillespie. She was an informative. She was an informant. Say something in my classroom and challenge me. Marcus Garvey, a commie, he was a USSR insurgent by way of Haiti. Got a lot of black people with his funny-looking ass, his 5'1" Napoleon-looking ass, socialist, French, wee looking ass. Best 1. Bet none of them is circumcised. I bet all of them. Best 1. They ain't got no medical equipment. How you gonna do that with a sharpening stone? Hey, D-Jack from DayZ, get them niggas a sharpening stone so they can perform, so they can cut the foreskin off their penises correctly. Press 1. That shit hurt. They get circumcised at 35. Press 1. I bet you. I don't care. I'm talking shit. Because they did this to us. They human trafficked our forefathers. I don't care about how funny they look. I don't care about how funny African people look and their spiritual practice. I don't care. We are contraband camps, and we are the real organic Americans. That's facts. You get your funny-looking Somalian-looking ass up out of here. Who cares? You can look all you want to. I don't care. I'm telling the truth, you French people. I'm about you Pan-American. What's that shit down there in South America? A bunch of Germanic Hamite. What? Yamites. Bunch of dark-skinned, mud, black Oaxacan-looking motherfuckers. And Mexicans know what I mean by Oaxacan. This is a black Oaxacan. These little German. Hit the like button. I hope these Germans listening to me very clear. You little black Nazi, you. Press 1. They don't want us to know they German. They want to say they Nigerian. Yeah, German. Press 1. They all under the authority of Nazism. They don't know nothing. Hit the like button and subscribe. Talking about Barbados. Big ass head with nothing in it. Say something. Damn it. I want all the smoke. Ain't nobody want to bag against no goddamn African Americans, bro. Y'all may say we now had no culture, but when we get on you, don't be crying and shit. That's one. Don't be running and hiding, trying to duck off. Yeah, y'all did this to our people. The Redcoats, the Jamaican Confederacy. Press one. Be proud that you helped overthrow and enslave God's people. Be proud, nigga. Be proud. Redemption song. Dreadlock Rasta. Press one. Nah, you're nothing but a French pirate. Hit the like button. The great-great-grandchildren of human traffickers. That's it. Who by law, y'all stand convicted. Y'all need to stop participating in our social shit and go back home and start fixing y'all shit back home. Because there's a lot of shit just going on in y'all country. Y'all shouldn't be worried about no relationships. Y'all should be worried about them sandals y'all got to wear in that hot-ass 100-degree-ass weather. Feet and tires smudged together with a couple rubber bands. Stop talking about our relationships and what black men and black women ain't. Let us deal with that. You worry about that dot on your forehead and eating with mice and shit. And why, you little Asian person, why do y'all eat live squid? Does that represent human flesh? What is this? I can't get jiggy with this world no more. Because now I know y'all sold us as contraband. I blame y'all. Y'all made me this way. Fuck this. Ask China Mac, why do Asian people eat live sea penises? Press one, nigga. I want all the smoke. You funny looking motherfuckers. Somebody tell Abba and Preach, we know they're fucking.
Not like this.
Y'all funny looking motherfuckers.
Not like this.
Somebody tell the Pan-American German Anton Daniels, we know the booty bandit man from prison said he got a fat ass and now he wanna, we know this shit. Gay, man, Anton is like that gay cousin, he'd still come around playing and shit, nobody want to tell everybody, you should like know. You know, that's one. Sir, with the penny loafer. That's one talking big shit. That's why they don't like us, because they all look funny. They move with their money and shit. Fuck they money. Pookies and Ray Ray, stand up for yourself. Don't let these niggas be on the internet talking this, whooping this shit. They don't know nothing. They're Germans, bro. They don't know nothing. They all want to be a goddamn American. They want to fit in. And Todd and them and Corey great-grandfather don't even like you niggas. That's why you are black in law. That's one, but your dumb ass fought to be black. You should have came over like the Mexican. Your dumb ass. That's one. I want to be a dumb nigga monkey, man. That's one. And then between us, African American, and the rest of y'all, we tired of it. We know this shit like the back of our hands, and we can't be deported, fool. We the only ones who can't be deported. You ever notice that? Because you are contraband, nigga. You ever notice you the only one that cannot be deported? Oh, the Trinidadian days are people, but they got to be deported. Our Puerto Rican brothers, which is a collection of many ports of Rican. It's just the truth. Why is some people afraid of the truth? You know? So if you are human trafficked, we found the point of no return, contraband. When you were made contraband, can contraband own anything? No. Thank you. Your contraband is my contraband. Mi casa es su casa. Remember what old girl said? It's our estate. We just gonna let you use it through this conveyance. Press one. We're gonna let you use it. Who let us use it? Them. Who? Did you hear what she said? Nigga, they was genocided. How do you steal they shit? Genocide. Press. That white lady looked right in them people's face like Hitler's daughter. How do you get rid of them? Genocide. That's part of the movie. If it was dark in there and she had the little flashlight up, genocide. So that we may inherit the liberty of the sons and daughters. I thought y'all was heirs of liberty. Now you want to be heirs of freedom? Well, yeah, heirs of liberty didn't work out too well for us. It turns out we're not really free. We had liberty. That's one. You shouldn't have that. You shouldn't even have that. So what does that mean? Hold up. What is this? Did I find something on TikTok? TikTok is my new place. That's my new place of enjoyment. Press one. Me and TikTok is becoming more and more friendly with each other. And y'all probably saying to yourself, why Kev say that about that old ass hag, Harriet Tubman? Because people do bad things. Now let's listen to this brother. Break this down. Pull your notebooks out and put your thinking caps on. Bungalows.
Oh, baby, we got another one. This time, Harriet Tubman. You better get some chapstick for her. Modern histories of Harriet Tubman say that she was some sort of a hero saving melanated people from enslavement. You was a hero? I'm sensing a few discrepancies.
Now, where'd she get them clothes from? And that ain't even no African American. That look like Brother Polite Mama. Plus one, this ain't got nothing to do with me. Where'd she get them clothes from? That look like Brother Polite Mama. If y'all don't get this nonsense up out of here, press one. No, the first African with a perm. Get your ass up out of here with this nonsense. Just for me. Get this lying ass propaganda. Press one. See, y'all ain't paying no attention. Y'all didn't know she looked like Brother Polite Mama. You know it's true. Won't you?
And we all know what I'm about to do.
Go ahead, brother.
This is Harriet Tubman.
That's right.
And as you can see...
Uh-oh. Now, what does this look like? The tunnels all over America. Harriet Tubman built all this intentional. No. 4 million African Americans, at least. You see what I'm saying?
Here, this is a map of all the places that ran the Underground Railroad. And this is the people that were helping her siphon 4 million people off of North America and send them to Liberia.
I told you, family. Me and TikTok, we like this now. Press one is on, y'all. We having some great discussions on Coffee and Kush TV. We're going to be doing reactions to these, breaking these down, allowing history to be proven not on TikTok, but also we're going to be inviting guests on. I'm going to be hitting these people up. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's time to bring these conversations on home.
Because as you can see here,
look,
this is the people that was funding Harriet Tubman. Mrs. Mine.
What the hell?
And Mr. Mine. The Quakers. And as you can see here, the Quakers were just the other side of the argument. They brought Christianity here and started arguing it into actual history, while all the while colonizing and now calling you African American. Because as you can see here, they hand picking the people who bump their goddamn head and put them right up in front of you as some type of leader. But as you can see here, this is the father of the Monts. And they are Europeans trying to come to the Americas and colonize here. Because as you can see here, all in the same time frame, 1816, a group of so-called white Americans who are really Europeans founded the American Colonization Society to deal with the problem of the growing number of free melanated indigenous people. Because as you can see here, the original name of the American Colonization Society is the American Society for Colonizing the Free People of Color in the United States. And as you can see here, these are many of the people who participated and whose lines still participate in it today. Because as you can see here, they no longer wanted to be known as slaves or Slavic people. They wanted to become the actual indigenous people here.
Native.
Subsequently, as you can see here, this shows you that they were taking people out of Middle America and off the coast.
Now, this is the Great Migration. Forget all that. Forget that American Indian story. This is really the Great Migration. Now, you can Google that. We've been talking about that. I think I just posted something on my Patreon. The Great Black Migration is the real Trail of Tears. This is when all this shit was being kicked off. They want you to think you was either a slave or a little Indian person. No. You were so much more than that.
And the ones that they couldn't take off the coast, they brought on the Trail of Tears to Oklahoma. And as you can see here, when the tribes that were on the Trail of Tears would not go on the reservations, they ended up starting what became known as Indian or Black Wall Street. As you can see here.
Indians didn't make Black Wall Street. Press one. This is my thing with the Indian brothers. Indians did not create Black Wall Street, bro. You're going to have to choose. Either you was a down Indian caught up in some Indian story, or you was a freedman at this time frame. Because y'all Indian stories is mixing with y'all out of place. You out of place if you were the Indian. This is not even your time frame. Only Indians around at this time is the Mongol Indians that they created at the World Fairs. Where are you at as an Indian at this time? They have real pictures of African Americans in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Detroit, Chicago in the 1800s, the late 1700s. And they're all dressed in fine, modest clothes. Where's the Indian? Where the fuck is the Indian?
My people built up many sectors of Tulsa.
Where's the Indians compared to the Victorians? You're saying your people did not. Where is the Indians during the era of the Victorians? All the Negroes created everything you use, a damn fork, a spoon. Where's the Indian? These people made contracts. Where's the Indian? The Indian didn't become federalized and these people's story given to a false native narrative. Where is it? Other than living on the land and in exchange because they had no money for beaver skin. Okay, so where is it? There's not one Indian that created anything that has anything to do with our advancement in technologies. Nothing. You mean Indians you see up in them POW camps? You and y'all in a way, but I'm still a good man. Respect the knowledge and wisdom, but y'all gonna have to decide. You using Indian? No, you're not a slave. You're an Indian. Okay, so where's the Indian in these paperwork? Where's the Oshawa in the deed? Okay. They didn't have to steal Indian names to steal the land. They had to steal our names.
There's many different beautiful districts all through that town. But as you can see here, we all know that they created a conflict.
Stop it, sir. Where's the Indians in 1898? South Carolina. See? This is, y'all are lying Moorish temple line teachers. Where's the Indian? Where's that? So Tulsa, Oklahoma, live and popping, but the Indians who went from living in teepee with Indian is somehow blueprint people who built these large temples and buildings of Christ that was destroyed by the floods in the early 90s. What are y'all talking about? This is what I was saying. Y'all timelines are out of order, and you guys are counterproductive.
In that town, and ended up running everybody out of that town, and that was because they wanted to bring in Europeans after we built that.
Not just Europeans, Aryans. All of them as a collective, because they were all in fighting each other. They said, why we just don't go there and be friends? We just got to overthrow them. This was going on in the mid-1800s already. They was already usurping the government with blacks who carry. Where's the Indian? Somebody, they bring in Christianity. Not one of these Aryan nations ever believed in Christ. Now, none of them got an understanding of nothing. The Hindus, the Pakistanians, the Ashkenazim Jew, which is the Russian Orthodox, none of them have no, what are y'all talking about? They brought Christ? No, they learned Christ and kept the allegory and made themselves illustrations in the allegory. Don't they, am I the only one who thinks this way? Let me know, chat room.
As you can see here by the numbers, by 1900, they had only 1,300 residents in the whole city. 20 years later, they got 72,000 people there. And not the people that created the town either.
Them wasn't the Indians, sir.
That's actually what they did in every city in America. Followed us around and then caused a conflict after we built up the city. Because as you can see here, at the same exact time all of these things are happening, they are trying to establish Liberia and usurp the names here.
Look.
Because as you can see here.
He got that right. And do what? Usurp the names here. Where? In Iberia. These are not your friends. These Asian folk ain't your friend. These African women ain't your friend. Ain't none of them your friend, bro. This is all fan. Kendra G ain't your friend. It's about your name. Ain't nobody your friend. And usurp and give away your name in Iberia and bring them into liberty. Because that's what Iberia is. Liberty. So once they establish that by way of the porters, here they come.
Sure. They didn't care how they got you off this land. They just wanted you off this land. Whether that meant tricking you to get on a boat or calling you African American. They didn't care. They would write you out of history, and that's what they have done in these lands here today. As you can see here. See, just like back then, you can see Frederick.
Y'all are insane.
Just like back then, you can see whether that meant tricking you to get on a boat or calling you African American. They didn't care. They would write you out of history, and that's what they have done in these lands here today. As you can see here. See, just like back then, you can see Frederick Douglass and John Brown, all these different people that they propped up as heroes.
That's right.
Are actually helping them
Enslavers.
take the indigenous people from North America.
That's right. So the same people y'all got as heroes they making are the ones who enslaved you. You're not free. You're just a mind-controlled POW who think you're free. Like Morpheus was trying to tell you. Oh, no, you're not free. No, you're very subservient. That's why the women don't respect you. Shit, I can barely get it any respect, and I'm a damn man living and breathing with superpowers to help free you. Yeah, damn it. Press 1. You know, they still treat, I ain't getting no better treatment than you fellas. I want you to know this tonight. I'm high value, but guess what? This world, what the fuck does that mean? When the women control the perception and the corporation, and they're following after the apple. Now the show bright and shiny, yet so deadly towards our civilization. What's that one? A woman uncontrollable has been our downfall. Now the uncontrollable women who done went out and had all the babies by all different niggas and all of this deception going on in the world are the ones giving us advice and with the big mouths talking about why niggas ain't shit and all niggas is liars. No, y'all made us believe in something that's not true. Y'all did this shit. Y'all all this love and all this, the way y'all see it, that's not true. We found out that's a fantasy world that all got us locked in and we want out. Hell no, we'll show your ass some love. This is love. Press. See this shit right here? This is tangible. Press 1. This is love. Women was controlled, and men too, by TV what love is. Nigga, When I went to jail, I found out Pookie and Ray Ray had more love than me. I said, hell no. You got a visit? You got money on your books? They're looking for you? Oh, my goodness. I'm in the wrong business. I should just go back to being a Pookie. Pookie got all the love. Press 1. Pookie ain't got shit to do, no responsibility, and Pookie is who all the bitches cheat on you with. Press 1. Pookie got it good. They don't give none of their problems to Pookie, because Pookie don't give a fuck. Press 1. They don't give none of the problems good niggas go through. We gonna talk about all this and more on my next program. It's not like, but I'm worried about our civilization. But yeah, all of these people they prepped up as our leaders and people to look forward to are the ones, the Haitian and the French blacks who helped subdue and take our people from North America. So all the Hebrew Israelites is wrong because the real Hebrews are right here. They wasn't brought from Africa to here on a transatlantic slave lie-ass story. We were kidnapped, and there was a bounty placed on black folk during the contraband POW era, which is all this time, and we were fleeing these towns only to be caught up and rounded up. You ever heard of roundup, skull and bones? So if it's a bounty of $300, all you got to do is bring in a nigger head. You got me? All right then. That's contraband. That's why I love this class, them contraband camps. There wasn't like slave patrols. This contraband. They was catching you, throwing you into the devil's punch bowl. But all the alligators are. Press 1. These people need to be, this whole charter need to be sued by the descendants of African Americans. Because that's not who we are. We're descendants of African Americans. You see? Because that ain't who we are. But we're descendants of them. For sure. They turned them into African Americans. So that's who we're descended of. Our names is in the dolls. The event is captured in history. Okay? This is simple. Okay, these aren't our heroes. White 100 ain't my damn hero.
Unknown caller.
This one. These other teachers and scholars, these ain't my hero. They y'all's. Cause y'all a bunch of sovereign terrorists. Coffee and I call them sovereign terrorists. Coffee and Kush TV, you're on the air.
Hey, I see you. The Earth Speaks, bro. You listen to the Earth Speaks?
Me?
The man is an ex-dope fiend, bro. The man is an ex-dope fiend on TikTok, bro.
Slow down, champion. Hold on, champion. Slow down. Slow down. First of all, I don't agree with the brother totally. But it doesn't matter what he is. I'm not here to condemn the brother. I just said what he said was correct. So, and what he said about the other thing was wrong. I don't understand what your gripe is. I don't know why you feel like you know me or something. You know, because you don't. If you want to know me, all you got to do is say, Kev, what up? I mean, I am available. I am out here, you know. Don't be, if you want to say something towards the class, you don't have to be so ignorant. You don't have to, that ain't how you make friends. I don't know who taught you how to make friends. Press one. That's how you make friends, buddy. All right? So you worried about him. I'm talking about a specific matter, okay? Anything else you would like to say?
He's an ex-dolphin, sir.
Okay.
He's an ex.
Well, you're a child, so it doesn't matter.
You gonna recycle it?
You're a child. You're a child. Hold on, you're on mute. It's only one person that can talk at a time. Okay, so you're a child. Anything you want to bring, if he's telling a lie or a truth, why don't you come in opposition or come and build upon that? What's your issue with everything everybody else does? Why don't you go on your page and play the motherfucking flute and talk about Indians and
I don't have to create.
Why? You know, why? Why don't you go over there? It seems you want to be heard. It seems you need to be heard. Now, if you're going to be respectable, be respectable. If not, I'm not going to ask you to leave.
Listen, people is ahead of y'all. Y'all nothing special. There's nothing new under the sun. Don't think your knowledge that you coming up with at your age, there's people younger than you that surpass your knowledge, bro. You just waking up. Congratulations, bro. It's not nobody's fault.
But what does that got to do with the class and what we're talking about? We're talking about POW camps and contraband camps. That's what we're talking about. And and this is real. That's not fake. So do you want to say anything about the contraband? This is real. Anything?
Be 2050. It's gonna be 2050, bro. We in 2024. We're not waiting for 26 more years for KevRow.
Who is we? Who is we? We don't even know you. You're not even an American. You're not even. Oh no, you a U.S. citizen, civilian. You a U.S. citizen. We on two different planes, sir. What you mean we? You a federalized immigrant, punk. I ain't even talking to you. What you mean? You ain't gonna wait something. Even if you was to wait, you ain't going no goddamn way. So you will be wasting your motherfucking time waiting on any damn thing because you ain't going. You're an immigrant. You're a foreigner to Christ. You don't know anything. You just a loud-mouthed punk who don't hit the wall. And you don't have anything to say regarding the subject matter. Me and you have nothing in common. You feel me?
Sure.
You have nothing in common. We can't go have chicken wings at the local Buffalo Wild Wings and watch the fight, watch football or anything. We have absolutely nothing in common. I'm talking about historical events that really happened. You're talking about what we ain't doing. This is two different things. I'm talking about things in my university. You're walking up in here saying weird stuff. None of that stuff you're saying matters. It's just a bunch of words.
The bishop. That means you are the servant.
Hold on. Say it. Wait. Start over because you was on mute. Now I'm going to give you the floor in 3, 2, and go.
You said I'm a foreigner, sure. Your last name is Scottish. Gillespie. Gillespie means the servant of the Pope.
No,
the servant of the bishop.
That's right.
The highest bishop is the Pope,
That's
sir.
right.
All right, you're not smart, bro. You are a foreigner yourself, sir.
You talking?
If a Caucasian,
no, sir, it's the servant of the bishop. Now we all know the bishop is the heir. The heir is Christ. Are you crazy? You're like bugging out, son. God, Christ, heir apparent, unnamed, the real one. And you, Gillespie is a servant of the bishop, champion. The bishop of this earth is Christ. The Pope is the vicar of Christ, son. He's the speaker until the return, which is why he conveyed to the federal. Never mind. Anything else you want to say?
You full of shit.
Gillespie.
Bro,
You're Gillespie, champion. I'm full of shit, but I'm a Gillespie.
His bishop on earth is the Pope, sir.
Sir. Don't get upset now. So I work for the Pope. At first I worked for LAPD. Now I work for the Pope.
Of the Pope.
Now I work for the Pope.
Stands for.
I'm the one telling you the Pope is the vicar of Christ, the speaker until the end of time. That's it. Book of Revelation speak about the destruction of that place. But I work for the Pope. You don't even sound credible. You sound dumb to all these fine-ass women just sitting back in the university. Watch us do battle. You're not saying anything. You're like a child. You like goo-goo and da-da, little sheep. Press one. I don't babysit, though. You know, that's for women, champion. Anything of intellect you want to say before I finish embarrassing your little kid ass? Press one.
You're a servant. Don't get mad at me.
That's right. I am a servant. I am all service. This is a courtesy. Everything I do is a service. The people who don't even like me can recognize, damn, this nigga still looked out for me. And I was trying to press one. I'm a servant of the people, champion. Walk in love. Look, the Bible quote today, where's my Bible app? What was the Bible quote today? You see, you don't got that, you don't got these types of things to keep you grounded. But it was talking about walking in God's love and just to remember. So as I was up smoking a blunt, looking up at the sky out the sunroof, and you was asleep with your toes twiddling in the motherfucking blanket, nigga. Trust me, I was already prepared for your dumb ass. I walk in love. You feel me? So dumb ass. I was up before your mama was up this morning. If you got one, go ahead.
Okay, Mama Joseph. Mama.
Sir, I said one thing about your mama, okay? I was up before your mama, okay? Okay, that's all I said. I didn't disrespect your mama. I didn't talk about her ugly ass feet. I didn't talk about her ugly ass kid she had with no respect. You know, I didn't say nothing about your ugly ass, bald-headed ass mama. Press one. Still with them wide ass, coconut climbing tree ass feet she got, them big ass shit leaning off the edge of them dusty ass sandals. Chinese people hate your mama coming up in there with her feet crusty like that. You should be on Amazon shopping for them little crust remover things. Do something for your mama, nigga. Press one. Are you finished?
Yeah, fuck
your mama.
Corner, sir.
Fuck your mama, nigga.
Your grand.
Fuck your mama, nigga. On Pyru, fuck your mama like Wax said. Shut up. Fuck your mama now. Do something. It's already turned. Fuck your mama, nigga. You heard what I said. Fuck that bitch. You heard what I said. I hope she no longer around. I hope she dead. Press one. I hope your mama dead, nigga. Press one. That's right. I hope the bitch dead. Press one. Where she at? She ain't here no more. She too busy. She ain't got no more dick energy. So she just passed away. Press one. Where your mama at? Gone. Press one. You know, be like Gucci Man up here. Put that bitch in the dirt. Press one. Hit that like button. Where you at, punk? Gone. Slime, nigga. Where your mama? Pick your mans up. Stupid. Press 1. Where you at?
Not like this.
Where your mama, nigga?
Not like this.
Your mama. Remember that? Big balls, nigga. Where your mama, nigga? Hurt. I don't talk to no damn demon, but ain't no Jehovah Witness. Where your mama, nigga? That's 0 to 100 real quick. I was in the dirt. You ain't went to seen her or nothing. Press 1. You know who took that shit from you? Come get that shit in blood, nigga. Press 1. That nigga got up out of here. Huh? Your mama. I don't even know the nigga. But I know that. Press 1. Huh? I know that. Ooh, look at him like Javante Davis said. Watch out. Oh, look at it. 2 for flinching, nigga. 2 for flinching. Who your mama at? Press 1. Nah, I pass. Anyway, back to class. I pass. I don't want to talk to you no more. You boring. You hurt. You got hurt feeling. You ain't ready to play with LA niggas and have bagging contests against your mama. My mama jokes hurt. Press 1. She had a little bastard like you who don't know his daddy. Yeah. You know your mama wasn't shit. You don't know your daddy. Press 1. You an immigrant, punk. Stay in your place. Francois don't matter here. All that shit matters on an island from another island. You signed to an island that's signed to another island, nigga. Shut up. I can't be deported. You better do what you supposed to. Press 1. I'm a real African American. I can't be deported, nigga. Shut up. I can say whatever I want. I'm free. You probably still wondering, how this nigga even on YouTube saying all this? Because I'm free. We only use a federalized civilian, fool. You only hear by way of the federal government, cockroach. Press 1. That's how you talk to him. If the government wouldn't have said, I was already here. Press 1. I'm foundational elite nigga. I'm a foundational Negro association. Press 1. See, you not foundational. Use a tether. And when you a tether, you don't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. Because we talking and understanding from a different order. You only know the Holy See and what you're able to do. Bitch niggas do what they want. Bitch niggas do what they can, champion. I'm like a WWF motherfucking heavyweight intercontinental champion of the world. Nigga, you can't beat me. I'm the best there ever will be champion. Are you crazy? I'm everything you want to be. In your country, they'll smack your ass around for talking this goddamn free against Johann Sebastian Bach or any other leader over there. Press 1. You know you get smacked up. You want to be a Negro so motherfucking bad. Where my hat? Well, you want to wear a backward hat? The hats don't even fit on your skinny head. Press 1. You're uncircumcised. Your culture is hip-hop by way of Costa, whatever. Man, you not us. See, when we get on this African-American, that's what they don't like about us. Now, nigga, up. See, where your mama? Go put your mama on the phone playing with me. Let me talk to her. Where your Instagram, ma'am? Because I'm going to be his stepdaddy. You look good, boo-boo. I'm about to be your stepdaddy for a week, nigga, and whoop your ass and walk right in your house. Walking this nigga out. My motherfucking belt. Didn't I tell you? You're going to walk in that room and see Kev right there. Say, I told you, little badass. Quit playing with grown-ass men. Press 1. I told you. Huh, baby? Treat that nigga like Jody. Come here. Press 1. Come here, punk. Little man, treat him like Jody. Get that nigga. Get that. Come here, punk. I tell you, scream for your mama. Watch how your mama scream for me, boy. Press 1, yeah, like that. Shut up. Press 1, shut your ass up, punk. Told you. If I wanted to do something, nigga, press 1. Ask your mama about me, nigga. I'm tired of playing with these little ass kids, nigga. You watch too much Spider Loke and Brick Baby in them in L.A. for real. Where your mama at, nigga? Quit playing with me. Why don't I play with me? Where you at? You know when I pull up, it's all them shut the fuck up. Well, I'm gonna keep it 100. When I pull up, Ollie, they shutting the fuck up. Press 1. Shut up, little man. The grown man is here. You know how the grown man is there? When all the ladies be like, who the fuck is that? They all pull their balloons out then. Fucking with Kev, nigga. As soon as I pull up, nigga, they, where you get the balloons? When they all lined up with balloons. You, Kev, with all that knowledge and wisdom. So, Kev, bro, when you come around, pop, 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 pop. I don't know. Is this somebody's shoes? That's one. He like a Flacco from No Jumper. It's gonna be a cold day. Make sure you support this broadcast if you want to hear a lot of jokes on Coffee and Kush TV coming up next. Right now, we talking about contraband. We talking about everything. You know about everything. You playing around with me, bro. Pull up, bro. You got this internet stuff confused, nigga. I'm a walking felony charge, nigga. Well, nigga, they pulling up. We going to jail, not you. You gonna be like this. Not you. We gonna be in the motherfucking, what's the name? Motherfucking in the transfer release dorms talking about you. You see the way I came to that bitch and thump? That's one. I don't like bad students, y'all. This is a private school. It's not public, and a lot of these students think this is a continuation because of their democratic upbringing, A, or B, their foreign approach to superior law. Press 1, alpha male shit. Hit that like button and subscribe. I ain't even got no even full beer like that. Hit that like button, but you can tell, you know, I take care of business. I wouldn't be on my face wouldn't be on the screen. If I was one of you clowns, I'll be behind like this. All of my shows will be behind this right here. If I was scared, if I wasn't free. See, I'm not that. I know I was illegally trafficked. I'm not afraid to say we was trafficked as contraband by this system. If you afraid to say that, you not on my team. You go to the U, but you're not on my team. If the women got to be braver than you, you're not on my motherfucking team. Hit the like button and subscribe. See? And he can't even keep up. He's a failed student. He mad at Deb. He mad at women and shit. He's trying to prove me wrong. My name is Kevin Brian Gillespie, nigga, and it means that, nigga. Handsome Kevin ass nigga. Press 1. Servant of the bishop. If you don't know who the bishop is, the real bishop of this place, then you don't know the servant. If you don't know why Christ says he's sending the spirit of truth, you won't know what the servant of the bishop is. My name itself is who I am. The title itself, KevRow, is who I am. Press 1 is different in the middle. It hit different. I'm Mr. Whoop. I've been whooping. Press my name itself. They just see KevRow. They don't even know what none of this stuff is. I had to realize this. And these ain't nothing but little ass kids who don't come from where we come from, who spend their whole life trying to wear a backwards cap, some baggy pants or something, and we switch our style up. And now he got to change it. They don't know how to be us. They can't even talk with no conviction. Ain't no soul in them. He talking like he uncircumcised.
Not like this.
Put some sense in your conversation, boy. Put some sense. You talking like you uncircumcised, nigga. Press 1, I know you uncircumcised. How you know? The way you talking, ain't no law in you. Press 1, you worried about the next nigga hating ass. Only a nigga that's uncircumcised hate on Kev. And press 1, hey, Ali, tell him, you got to be uncircumcised hating on the next nigga. That's what an uncircumcised spirit do. That's what y'all do. A bunch of wigglers and wobblers. A bunch of wobblies and wigglers. Press 1. Worm head ass. Get your ass up out of here and go clean yourself up before you get a bacteria or something, you little vermin. And press 1. And your women ain't shit over there neither. Press 1. That's right. I say something. Listen, these men ain't finna defend y'all women worth a shit. That's how you know I'm different. Ain't not one of them got no law in them. Ain't none of them got your history books in them. Ain't none of them got no correction for you. Press 1, just Kev and his team, nigga. And my team consists of women too, nigga. What you thought? You thought there wasn't no strong women behind them like an Egyptian statue? Like, go, nigga, go. You tell, nigga, I'm not by myself, punk. We will beat you up. Hey, Todd, nigga, man, we will beat you up out here. Press 1. All together, bro. I'm tired of you people coming in my classroom thinking it's a game. Ain't no game. You ain't even making no sense when you talk. You been coming to this classroom goofing off, not knowing your neighbor fucking your mama, your wife is driving off and your shit, going to visit the next nigga. You worried about me. Press 1, tell your wife to stop sending nudes. Press 1, that ain't got shit to do with Kevin. Man, when Kevin is a good guy, press 1, tell her I don't want him. Press 1. Yeah, press 1, they like, what's that, pussy popping on the headstand and all that goofy shit. That ain't my fault, nigga. Press 1, can I preach today, goddammit? That ain't my fault. You know, girls is upside down doing shit you ain't never seen and shit you don't know about. Stupid. That's not my fault. I'm just being me. My phone number is here, bro. I didn't do this. Stupid. Press 1. Why you want to play with me? I ain't that, nigga. All type of tricks, nigga. What is you doing? God, yeah. I'll go into nigga mode. What the fuck? I'm the only nigga who please God. I'm the only nigga in the hood that go through dumb shit. What's wrong, Kev? Being a YouTuber hard, huh? You want to be the man? Yeah. Press 1. If they had me, they would leave me for a picture with Chris Brown. But I don't believe this, none of this shit. I want a woman that chooses me over all men on earth. Fuck this shit. Fuck y'all and y'all dumbass analogies. Press 1. I'm through. Put me above all of it. That's it. That's already disqualified 95.3% of all women on earth. Nah. I come first. Me. Press 1. I do. I can't help it. I've been neglected my whole life. Why wouldn't I do that? Y'all, can we go there today? Can we go there? Hit the like button. Let me give some shout outs to those who support this broadcast. Shout out to Crystal Ford. I love you, girl. Shout out to Taj, my guy, Bo Cat, and Jim early this morning. Shout out to y'all people who make this show possible. Live from the motherfucking bungalow. I didn't do it. I didn't do this, man. It's fucking my life. It's fucking my life up, yeah. Sheesh. Being a YouTuber is tough, man. I'm fucking my life up. Yeah, I'm fucking my life up. You feel me? Well, that's why I gotta remain strong and focused. I'm not that type of nigga who, you feel me? Boy, This is how you know Anton and them gay. Oh, I mean, well, they don't know what Anton I'm talking about. Because they got all them girls over there, and then they going to sit there and still be gay. Baby, what's up with you? Hello? You over here, sister, right there, right there. Keep talking. No, let's keep on. Anton want to be the guy and the girl. You ever seen that? You ever seen that? I'm about to go do my Coffee and Kush show. You feel me? I tried to come over here and get y'all to school, but I'm going over to Coffee and Kush TV. Shout out to the Urban Conservative. Shout out to the people who really support this broadcast. I got a lot of shit to do. I hope y'all studying contraband camps and homeroom is just about up. I love y'all. I see y'all on Patreon. And as always,